The cupboard under the stairs had become Harry Potter's entire world for 3 days now, and he was beginning to wonder if this time might be different. Different meant permanent. Different meant they might actually follow through on the threats Uncle Vernon had been making with increasing frequency. The darkness pressed against him from all sides, thick and suffocating in the July heat. His ribs ached where Dudley had shoved him into the wall during yesterday's incident, though calling it an incident seemed almost laughably inadequate. What had happened at Dudley's birthday party hadn't been an incident. It had been a catastrophe of such magnificent proportions that even now, cramped and hungry in his makeshift prison, Harry felt a tiny spark of savage satisfaction. He shifted position carefully, trying to ease the cramp in his left leg without making noise. The floorboards above creaked with the familiar rhythm of his relative's daily routine, Aunt Petunia's sharp heels clicking across the kitchen linoleum, Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps thundering down the hallway, Dudley's sneakers squeaking as he bounced from room to room, probably searching for something new to break or someone new to torment. The memory of 3 days ago played in Harry's mind like a broken record, each replay bringing fresh waves of terror and inexplicable pride. Dudley had been showing off to his friends, as usual. This time he'd decided that pushing Harry into the garden pond would be the height of entertainment. The murky water had closed over Harry's head, and for a moment genuine panic had seized him, not because he couldn't swim, though he'd never been taught properly, but because he'd seen the look in Dudley's eyes, the look that said he wouldn't be pulling Harry out any time soon. That's when it happened. The thing that changed everything. One moment Harry was underwater, lungs burning, watching Dudley's distorted face through the surface as his cousin held him down. The next moment, every single window in the house had exploded outward in a shower of glittering glass. The garden sprinklers had erupted like geysers, soaking everyone within a 50-foot radius. The birthday cake, a towering monstrosity that Aunt Petunia had spent 2 days creating, had somehow launched itself directly into the face of Dudley's friend, Piers Pocus, with the precision of a guided missile. And Harry, impossibly, had found himself standing bone dry in the middle of the chaos, water streaming off him, as if he were made of something that liquid simply couldn't touch. The silence that followed had been more terrifying than the destruction itself. Uncle Vernon's face had cycled through several shades of purple before settling on a particularly alarming shade of burgundy. Aunt Petunia had made a sound like a dying balloon, and Dudley, for perhaps the first time in his 11 years of existence, had been struck completely speechless. Harry had known, even before Uncle Vernon's meaty hand closed around his arm with bruising force, that this time would be different. This time, there would be no quick recovery, no muttered excuses about gas leaks or freak weather. This time, he'd done something that couldn't be explained away or forgotten. This time, he'd proven once and for all that he was exactly the kind of freak they'd always said he was. The whispered conversation he'd overheard 2 nights ago still echoed in his mind with perfect, horrible clarity. His aunt and uncle, thinking he was unconscious from hunger and heat, had stood just outside his cupboard door and discussed his future with the casual tone most people reserved for planning grocery lists. "We can't keep him, Vernon," Aunt Petunia had said, her voice sharp with barely contained hysteria. "Not after this. The neighbors are asking questions. Mrs. Number 7 wanted to know if we'd had some kind of electrical surge. Mrs. Figg keeps giving me strange looks. And that reporter from the local paper called about doing a story on unusual weather phenomena." Uncle Vernon's response had been a low growl that made Harry's blood run cold. "I know we can't keep him, pet. Question is what we do with him. Can't exactly hand him over to social services, can we? What do we tell them when he starts making things explode?" "There are places," Aunt Petunia had whispered, and there was something in her voice that suggested she'd been thinking about this for far longer than just the past 2 days. Institutions, places that specialize in difficult children, children with problems. You mean mental hospitals? I mean places where they'll understand that he's dangerous, where they'll know how to handle him properly. The casual way she said it, as if she were discussing where to store a malfunctioning appliance, had hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd pressed his face against the rough wood of the cupboard door, fighting down the urge to scream or cry or pound his fists against the walls until someone, anyone, acknowledged that he was a human being who could hear them planning his life like he was nothing more than a problem to be solved. Now, as he sat in the suffocating darkness with that conversation replaying endlessly in his mind, Harry felt something shifting inside him, something that had been building pressure like water behind a dam for as long as he could remember. The rage was still there, hot and fierce and barely contained, but underneath it, growing stronger with each passing hour, was something else. Determination. They thought he was dangerous. They thought he was a problem that needed to be locked away. Fine. Maybe they were right. Maybe he was dangerous. Maybe he was a freak and a problem and everything they'd ever called him. But he wasn't going to let them ship him off to some institution like a broken toy they couldn't be bothered to fix. Harry pressed his ear to the door, listening carefully. The house had settled into its evening rhythm. The television was on in the living room, volume turned up loud enough to mask conversation. Aunt Petunia would be in the kitchen, cleaning up after dinner with the methodical precision she applied to everything. Uncle Vernon would be planted in his chair, working his way through his evening routine of beer and terrible television. And Dudley would be sprawled on the living room floor, probably nursing his latest grievance against a world that occasionally dared to deny him something he wanted. It was now or never. Harry had spent the last 3 days thinking, planning, memorizing every sound the house made at different times of day. He knew that if he was going to do this, if he was going to take this desperate chance, it had to be tonight. Tomorrow, Uncle Vernon would be making phone calls. Tomorrow, there might be strangers at the door, people with clipboards and official voices who would take him away to some place where making windows explode would be just one more symptom to be medicated and managed. Moving with the careful silence he'd perfected through years of trying not to attract attention, Harry felt along the edges of the cupboard door. His fingers found the latch, a simple hook-and-eye mechanism that Uncle Vernon had installed after the first time Harry had accidentally gotten out during one of his punishments. That's when he felt it again. That strange sensation that had preceded every weird incident he'd ever been blamed for. A tingling that started somewhere in his chest and spread outward like warmth through his veins. The feeling of energy building, looking for somewhere to go. This time, instead of trying to suppress it or pretend it wasn't happening, Harry let it flow. He pictured the latch in his mind, saw it clearly even though he couldn't actually see it in the darkness. He imagined it turning, clicking open, releasing him from this prison that had defined so much of his childhood. The click was so soft he almost didn't hear it. The door swung open on silent hinges, and for the first time in 3 days, Harry could breathe properly. He stayed frozen for a moment, hardly believing it had worked, hardly believing that wanting something to happen could actually make it happen. But there wasn't time for wonder or fear or any of the 100 questions suddenly crowding his mind. There was only the narrow window of opportunity stretching ahead of him, and the knowledge that if he hesitated now, he might never get another chance. Moving like a shadow, Harry crept from the cupboard toward the kitchen. His bare feet made no sound on the linoleum as he navigated by memory and the faint light spilling from the living room. The voices from the television covered the soft sounds of his movement as he gathered the few things he could carry. A chunk of bread from the counter, wrapped carefully in a napkin. The small amount of money he'd found behind the washing machine last month, coins that had apparently fallen from Uncle Vernon's pockets. His broken glasses, held together with tape, because even blurry vision was better than none at all, and from the cupboard under the stairs, the few possessions that meant anything to him. The photograph of his parents, creased and faded from years of being hidden in his pillowcase. A letter from Hogwarts that had somehow survived Uncle Vernon's purge, though Harry still wasn't entirely sure what Hogwarts was or why they wanted him to attend, and his birth certificate, rescued from the trash bin 2 years ago when he'd overheard Aunt Petunia complaining about having to keep legal documents for the freak. Everything fit into an old backpack that Dudley had discarded after one strap broke. It wasn't much, but it was everything Harry owned in the world, everything that proved he existed as more than just an inconvenience in the Dursley household. The kitchen window was old, with a latch that stuck unless you knew exactly how to jiggle it. Harry had discovered this by accident during one of his rare unsupervised moments, and now that knowledge might save his life. He worked the latch carefully, biting his lip to keep from making noise until it finally gave way with a soft snick. The window opened onto the back garden, where the evidence of Dudley's birthday disaster had been hastily cleared away. Fresh sod covered the patches where the sprinklers had torn up the lawn. New windows, still covered in protective plastic, waited to be properly installed. But it was the sight beyond the garden that made Harry's heart race with something that might have been hope, freedom. The street beyond, empty and quiet in the pre-dawn darkness. A world that existed outside the suffocating confines of No. 4 Privet Drive. Harry hoisted himself through the window, with the wiry grace of a child who'd spent years making himself small and unnoticed. His feet touched the ground outside, and for a moment he just stood there, hardly believing he'd actually done it. He was outside. He was free. Well, free might be an overstatement. He was an 8-year-old boy with no money, no real plan, and nowhere to go. But he was no longer trapped in a cupboard, waiting for adults to decide his fate, like he had no say in his own life. Behind him, the house remained quiet. The glow from the television continued to flicker through the living room windows. The ordinary sounds of his relatives living their ordinary lives continued unchanged. They hadn't even noticed he was gone yet. Harry shouldered his backpack and started walking. The streets of Little Whinging were empty at this hour, lit by the orange glow of street lights and the grey promise of dawn on the horizon. Harry had never been out this early before, had never seen his neighbourhood from this perspective. Everything looked different in the pre-dawn light. Smaller, somehow. Less threatening. He walked with purpose, though he wasn't entirely sure where that purpose was leading him. Away from Privet Drive was enough for now. Away from cupboards and casual cruelty and conversations about institutions for dangerous children. His feet carried him toward the neighborhood park, a small patch of grass and trees that he'd only ever glimpsed from the back seat of Uncle Vernon's car. He'd imagined it sometimes, during the long hours in his cupboard. Imagined what it would be like to sit under those trees, to feel grass under his feet, to exist in a space where no one was watching him with suspicion or disgust. The park was even smaller than it had seemed from the street, just a few benches and a playground that had seen better days. But there was an old oak tree near the far edge, its branches spreading wide enough to provide shelter, its trunk thick enough to lean against. Harry made his way toward it, feeling something in his chest ease for the first time in days. Here, in this quiet space between sleeping houses, he could think. He could plan. He could figure out what came next without anyone telling him he was stupid or worthless or dangerous. The grass was damp with dew, soaking through his thin shoes almost immediately. But Harry didn't care. He settled himself against the oak tree's trunk, pulled the bread from his backpack, and allowed himself to eat slowly, savouring each bite in a way he'd never been able to do under the Dursleys' watchful, disapproving eyes. The first birds were beginning to sing somewhere in the distance. The sky was lightening from black to deep grey, promising sunrise in another hour or two, and Harry Potter, for the first time in his 8 years of life, was exactly where he wanted to be, doing exactly what he chose to do. It wouldn't last. He knew that. Eventually someone would find him, or he'd have to find someone willing to help him, or he'd have to go back. But for now, in this moment, suspended between night and day, Between his old life and whatever came next, Harry was free. He pulled the photograph of his parents from his backpack and studied it in the growing light. They looked so young, so happy, so utterly unlike anyone he'd ever known. His mother's eyes were the same green as his own, bright with laughter and life. His father's hair stuck up in back exactly like Harry's always did, no matter what Aunt Petunia did to try to flatten it. They would have wanted better for him. He was certain of that. They would never have locked him in a cupboard, or called him a freak, or discussed sending him away like he was a broken appliance. They would have loved him, protected him, made sure he knew he was wanted. Well, they were gone, and had been for as long as Harry could remember. But maybe, just maybe, there was still someone out there who might want an 8-year-old boy with strange abilities and a tendency to make things explode when he was scared or angry. Maybe there was still hope. Harry tucked the photograph back into his backpack, leaned against the oak tree, and waited for the sun to rise on the first day of whatever came next. The silence that followed Judge Morrison's return to the courtroom was the kind that seemed to press against everyone present, thick with anticipation and the weight of a decision that would reshape not only Harry Potter's future, but potentially the entire relationship between magical and conventional child welfare systems. Judge Morrison settled into her chair with the deliberate precision of someone who had spent considerable time weighing complex evidence and competing arguments. Her expression remained carefully neutral as she surveyed the assembled parties, but there was something in her eyes that suggested she had reached conclusions that would satisfy some participants more than others. In the matter of Harry James Potter's custody and guardianship, she began, her voice carrying clearly through the expanded courtroom, this court has reviewed extensive evidence regarding the child's welfare, educational progress, and long-term interests under various placement scenarios. Harry felt Dr. Emma's hand find his shoulder, a gentle touch that provided anchoring support without drawing attention to his nervousness. On his other side, Sirius sat with the kind of controlled tension that suggested he was prepared to fight any decision that didn't serve Harry's best interests. This case has presented unprecedented challenges in terms of balancing institutional authority with documented child welfare outcomes, Judge Morrison continued. We have been asked to evaluate competing claims about specialized expertise versus practical caregiving success, traditional educational approaches versus innovative methodologies, and institutional precedent versus individual circumstances. She paused to look directly at Harry, her expression softening slightly in a way that suggested she understood he was the actual person whose life hung in the balance of these proceedings. The evidence presented regarding Harry's previous placement is deeply disturbing. Systematic abuse, systematic neglect, and the failure of oversight systems designed to protect vulnerable children. The court finds that the previous guardianship arrangement constituted institutional child abuse, and that the authorities responsible for monitoring Harry's welfare failed catastrophically in their most basic obligations. A ripple of reaction went through the courtroom, and Harry felt something tight in his chest beginning to ease. The official acknowledgement that what had happened to him was wrong, that it wasn't his fault, and that the adults responsible had failed in their duties was somehow both validating and liberating. The evidence regarding Harry's progress under the care of Dr. Daniel and Dr. Emma Granger is extraordinary, Judge Morrison continued. Medical documentation shows complete recovery from trauma symptoms, normal physical development, and psychological assessments indicating a child who is thriving in every measurable category. She consulted her notes with professional precision. Educational assessments demonstrate advanced academic achievement, exceptional magical control for a child of Harry's age, and the kind of intellectual development that suggests superior long-term outcomes. Character assessments indicate a child who is confident, emotionally stable, and developing the kind of ethical reasoning that we hope to see in all young people. Dr. Dan exchanged a quiet look with his wife, the kind of wordless communication that happened between people who had invested everything in a cause they believed was right. The court has also considered the arguments regarding specialized magical expertise and traditional educational approaches, Judge Morrison said, her tone taking on a slightly sharper edge. However, the evidence clearly demonstrates that traditional magical oversight failed this child completely, while innovative approaches have produced superior results in every relevant category. Dumbledore's expression remained composed, but Harry could see something shifting behind his half-moon spectacles, a recognition that his arguments about institutional authority had been weighed and found wanting. Furthermore, Judge Morrison continued, the court has been impressed by the collaborative approach to guardianship proposed by Sirius Black, representing Harry's magical heritage and legal rights, working in partnership with the Granger family, who have demonstrated superior competence in providing daily care and comprehensive education. She looked directly at Sirius with something that might have been approval. Mr. Black's legal standing as Harry's designated magical guardian is unquestionable, and his assessment that Harry's current placement represents optimal circumstances for his development carries significant weight in these proceedings. Sirius straightened slightly, his grey eyes bright with satisfaction and relief. The court has also considered the broader implications of this case for magical child welfare policy, Judge Morrison said, addressing the institutional representatives who had argued for maintaining traditional approaches. The evidence presented suggests systematic problems with current practices that require immediate attention and reform. Minister Fudge shifted uncomfortably in his seat, apparently recognizing that this decision would have consequences far beyond Harry's individual circumstances. Therefore, Judge Morrison said with the finality of someone delivering a carefully considered judgment, this court rules as follows. Harry James Potter's guardianship will remain with Sirius Black, exercised in collaborative partnership with Dr. Daniel and Dr. Emma Granger, who will continue to provide daily care, education, and family support. The first wave of relief hit Harry like a physical force, but Judge Morrison wasn't finished. This arrangement will be formalized through legal adoption proceedings that recognize both magical and conventional parental rights. Harry will legally become a member of the Granger family, while maintaining his connection to his magical heritage through Sirius Black's continued involvement. Harry felt tears he hadn't expected beginning to sting his eyes. Legal adoption meant he would be officially, permanently part of the family that had saved him. It meant no one could ever force him back to the Dursleys or question his place with the people who loved him. Additionally, Judge Morrison continued, this court is issuing a formal restraining order preventing Vernon and Petunia Dursley from any contact with Harry Potter. Their systematic abuse of a vulnerable child demonstrates that they pose a continued threat to his welfare. The official acknowledgement that his relatives were dangerous to him, that their behavior had been criminal rather than merely inadequate, was somehow both satisfying and sobering. The court is also recommending a comprehensive review of magical child welfare policies and oversight procedures, Judge Morrison said, addressing the institutional representatives with obvious displeasure. The systematic failures documented in this case suggest that current practices are inadequate to protect vulnerable magical children. She fixed Dumbledore with a direct look that carried clear implications. Professor Dumbledore, while this court recognizes your contributions to magical education and child welfare, your decisions regarding Harry Potter's placement demonstrated serious errors in judgment that resulted in significant harm to a child under your care. This court recommends that your authority over child placement decisions be subject to enhanced oversight and mandatory collaboration with conventional child welfare professionals. The public rebuke was delivered with professional courtesy, but its implications were unmistakable. Dumbledore's authority to make unilateral decisions about magical children's lives had been formally curtailed. Minister Fudge, Judge Morrison continued, this court strongly recommends that the Ministry of Magic collaborate with conventional child welfare authorities to develop improved policies for magical children's protection. The current system's failure to protect Harry Potter suggests systematic problems that require immediate attention. Fudge nodded stiffly, clearly recognizing that refusing to implement the court's recommendations would create political problems that he couldn't afford. Finally, Judge Morrison said, turning back to Harry with an expression that was warm with approval, "The court commends Harry Potter for his courage in seeking safety and his maturity throughout these proceedings. His testimony demonstrated remarkable insight and emotional intelligence, and his progress under proper care serves as evidence that children can recover from even severe trauma when placed in supportive environments." She smiled at Harry directly. "Harry, you have shown extraordinary bravery, not just in escaping from an abusive situation, but in advocating for your own welfare and helping to create positive change that will benefit other children in similar circumstances. You should be very proud of what you have accomplished." The formal recognition of his role in his own rescue, the acknowledgement that his choices and advocacy had mattered, was somehow the most meaningful part of the entire judgment. This court hereby approves the permanent placement of Harry James Potter with his chosen family, formalizes the collaborative guardianship arrangement, and orders the implementation of improved magical child welfare policies based on the evidence presented in these proceedings. Judge Morrison brought her gavel down with a decisive crack that seemed to resonate through the expanded courtroom. "Court is adjourned." The moment the gavel fell, Harry found himself surrounded by his family in a way that made the formal legal recognition feel both official and completely natural. Dr. Emma pulled him into a fierce hug that spoke to months of worry finally resolved. Dr. Dan's hand on his shoulder carried the weight of a father's pride and protection. Sirius's emotional expression suggested that he had finally fulfilled his obligations to his best friend's memory, and Hermione, practical as always, was already taking notes about the legal precedents that had been established and their implications for other magical children who might need similar advocacy. "How do you feel?" Dr. Emma asked quietly, holding Harry at arm's length so she could study his face. "Like I'm finally home," Harry said simply. "Like I'm safe and wanted and protected by people who will never let anyone hurt me again." "That's exactly right, Doctor," Dan said with quiet conviction. "You are home, officially and permanently, and we are your family, legally and in every way that matters." Sirius approached with eyes that were bright with unshed tears. "James and Lily would be so proud of you, Harry. Not just because you survived what you went through, but because of who you chose to become, despite everything that was done to you. They would also be grateful beyond words to the family that helped you become that person," he added, nodding toward the Grangers with obvious respect and affection. As the courtroom began to empty, Harry found himself surrounded by people who wanted to congratulate him and express support for the decision. Magical professionals who had testified about the need for reform approached to discuss their ongoing work. Conventional child welfare advocates talked about using this case as a model for improved interagency cooperation. But perhaps most meaningful were the other families who approached to share their own stories about children with unusual circumstances who had found placement with families that understood and supported them. "Your case is going to help a lot of children," one woman said, holding the hand of a girl who looked to be about Hermione's age and whose careful demeanor suggested she understood something about surviving difficult circumstances. "You've shown that children's welfare should be the most important consideration in placement decisions, regardless of what institutions think they know about specialized requirements." Harry looked at the girl, recognizing something familiar in her careful watchfulness and the way she stayed close to the adult who was protecting her. "It gets better," he told her quietly. "When you find the right family, everything gets better." The simple honesty of his reassurance made the girl's expression soften slightly, and Harry realized that his own recovery could serve as proof to other children that healing and happiness were possible. As they made their way out of the unprecedented courtroom, Harry walked between his two families, surrounded by the people who had fought to bring him to this moment. The legal battle was over, but more importantly, his childhood could finally begin. "What happens now?" he asked as they emerged into London sunshine that seemed brighter and warmer than it had that morning. "Now we go home, Doctor," Emma said with maternal satisfaction. "We celebrate this victory with a proper family dinner, and then we start planning your future based on what you want to learn and who you want to become. Now we make sure that other magical children get the same consideration and protection that you received," Sirius added, with the conviction of someone who had found a new purpose. "We use the precedents established today to create systematic change that prevents other children from experiencing what you went through. And now we get back to the really important work," Hermione said, with characteristic focus on practical priorities. "Your magical education, advanced academic study, and the research projects we've been planning." Harry laughed with genuine joy, the sound carrying none of the careful calculation he'd once used when adults expected him to show appropriate gratitude. "That sounds perfect," he said, looking around at the family that had formed around him through choice and love rather than obligation or legal requirement. All of it. As they walked toward the car that would take them home, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him from a cupboard under the stairs to legal recognition as a valued member of a family that celebrated everything that made him unique. 6 months ago, he had been a problem to be managed, a burden to be endured, a dangerous anomaly that needed to be controlled. Today, he was a son, a brother, a student whose potential was worth nurturing, and a young person whose voice had been heard and valued in decisions about his own future. The transformation felt like the most profound magic he had ever experienced. And the best part was that this was only the beginning. He had a family who loved him, legal protection that would keep him safe, educational opportunities that would help him develop his abilities, and a future that he would be allowed to shape according to his own hopes and dreams. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was free to become whoever he was meant to be, supported by people who believed in his potential, and protected by legal recognition that his welfare mattered more than any institutional consideration. It was more than he had ever dared to hope for. It was everything he had needed, without even knowing he was looking for it. And tomorrow, he would wake up in his own room, in his own home, with his own family, and continue building the life that he had chosen, rather than the one that had been imposed on him. The courthouse steps behind them represented the end of a legal battle that had challenged centuries of institutional authority. The street ahead represented the beginning of everything else. Harry chose to focus on what lay ahead, surrounded by the people who had fought to ensure that his future would be built on love, support, and the recognition that every child deserved advocates who would put their welfare first. He was 8 years old, legally adopted, officially protected, and completely free to become whoever he wanted to be. It was the most magical feeling in the world. 1 year after the custody trial that had changed everything, Harry Potter stood in the expanded garden behind what was now officially called the Granger Institute for Integrated Magical Education, watching a group of 8 magical children practice advanced levitation techniques under Hermione's characteristically thorough instruction. The transformation of their family home into something that resembled a cross between a school and a research center had happened gradually, organically, as word spread through both magical and non-magical communities about the innovative educational approaches that had produced such remarkable results with Harry. What had started as emergency assistance for one traumatized child had evolved into a comprehensive program that was reshaping how society approached magical education entirely. "Remember," Hermione was saying to her students, her voice carrying the patient authority she'd developed over months of teaching children whose magical abilities had been suppressed or misunderstood. "Magical control isn't about forcing your abilities to behave. It's about creating a partnership between your intention and your natural energy. Think of it as having a conversation, rather than giving orders." Harry smiled as he watched his sister work with the kind of confidence and competence that made it easy to forget she was only 10 years old. Hermione had discovered that she possessed not only exceptional magical abilities, but also an intuitive understanding of how to help other children develop their own gifts. Her teaching methods, which combined rigorous theoretical study with practical exercises and emotional support, had proven remarkably effective with children who had struggled under traditional magical education approaches. The children in today's class represented the kind of success stories that had made the Granger Institute a model for educational reform throughout Britain. 8-year-old Marcus Chen had been labelled as having defective magical development by traditional assessors because his abilities manifested through technology interfaces rather than conventional spellwork. Under Hermione's guidance, he had learned to create magical electronic hybrids that accomplished things no purely magical or purely technological approach could achieve. 9-year-old Luna Lovegood had been dismissed by conventional magical educators as having attention and focus problems, because her magical abilities responded to emotional and intuitive triggers rather than logical command structures. Working with Dr. Emma's psychological expertise and Hermione's teaching innovations, Luna had developed a unique approach to magic that produced extraordinary results through methods that no textbook had ever described. 7-year-old Neville Longbottom had been written off as nearly a squib because his magical abilities were slow to manifest and difficult to control under pressure. 3 months of patient instruction in the Institute's supportive environment had revealed that Neville possessed powerful earth-based magical gifts that simply required different development approaches than conventional training provided. Each child had arrived at the Institute with a history of failure, frustration, and often abuse within traditional magical education systems. Each had left as a confident young person whose abilities were finally being recognized and developed appropriately. "Harry," Dr. Dan called from the Institute's main building. "Could you come in for a few minutes? We have visitors who'd like to meet you." Harry made his way inside, passing through rooms that had been converted into specialized learning environments. The library now contained one of the most comprehensive collections of integrated magical mundane educational materials in Britain. The former dining room had become a laboratory where children could safely practice advanced magical techniques under proper supervision. The living room served as a counseling space where Dr. Emma provided therapeutic support for children whose magical development had been complicated by trauma or systematic suppression. The visitors waiting in Dr. Dan's office were immediately recognizable as magical education professionals, their formal robes and serious expressions marking them as representatives of traditional institutions. But their presence in the Institute and their obvious interest in the innovative approaches being developed there suggested that the educational establishment was finally beginning to acknowledge the need for reform. "Harry, doctors," Dan said with the pride that had become characteristic of his interactions with educational colleagues, "I'd like you to meet Professor Flitwick from Hogwarts School, Professor Vector from the Department of Magical Education, and Dr. Sarah Williams from the International Conference on Magical Child Development." Professor Flitwick, a small man with kind eyes and an expression of genuine curiosity, stepped forward with the enthusiasm of someone who had been looking forward to this meeting. "Harry Potter," he said warmly, "I've been following your progress with great interest. The reports about your magical development have been quite extraordinary." "Thank you, sir," Harry said, with the confident politeness he'd learned from months of dealing with adult professionals who took his education seriously. "Are you here to see how our programs work?" "Indeed we are," Professor Vector said with professional interest. "The educational outcomes you've achieved here have attracted attention throughout the magical academic community. We're hoping to understand how your methods might be adapted for broader implementation." Dr. Sarah Williams, whose manner suggested she specialized in complex educational policy issues, consulted her notes with obvious preparation. "Harry, we've reviewed the documentation of your progress since joining this program. The improvement in magical control, academic achievement, and psychological adjustment has been remarkable. Could you tell us about your experience with integrated magical education?" Harry settled into one of the comfortable chairs that Dr. Dan had arranged for serious educational discussions, drawing on almost a year of experience in explaining the Institute's approaches to various academic and policy visitors. Traditional magical education seems to assume that magic and regular learning are separate things that don't affect each other, he began thoughtfully. But that's not how it actually works, at least not for me. When I understand the science behind something, my magic works better with it. When I understand the history and ethics of magical practices, I make better choices about how to use my abilities. He gestured toward the window where Hermione's class was visible in the garden. Here, we learn magic as part of learning everything else. Mathematics helps with spell calculations and energy management. Literature helps with understanding the cultural context of magical practices. Science helps with understanding why magical effects work the way they do. Professor Flitwick leaned forward with obvious fascination. And this integrated approach has improved your magical development? Dramatically, Harry confirmed. I can perform complex workings that most Hogwarts students can't manage until their advanced years. But more importantly, I understand what I'm doing and why, instead of just memorizing techniques. Can you give us a specific example? Dr. Williams asked. Harry considered for a moment, then extended his hand and began to demonstrate one of the advanced techniques he'd been perfecting. A small sphere of light appeared above his palm, but as it stabilized, it began to exhibit properties that shouldn't have been possible according to conventional magical theory. The light shifted through the visible spectrum in patterns that corresponded to mathematical sequences Hermione had taught him. The energy output remained perfectly controlled, while the complexity of the display increased incrementally. Traditional magical education would teach this as a simple light charm, Harry explained, while maintaining the complex working. But understanding physics lets me manipulate the wavelength and intensity in ways that pure magical training doesn't address. Understanding mathematics lets me create patterns that are both aesthetically pleasing and functionally efficient. Understanding the history of light magic helps me appreciate why this working has been considered important across different magical cultures. He gently dissolved the display, leaving the visiting professionals staring at him with expressions ranging from amazement to something that might have been awe. That level of control and theoretical integration is extraordinary for someone your age, Professor Vector breathed. Most adult wizards couldn't manage that kind of multifaceted working. Most adult wizards weren't taught to think about magic as part of a comprehensive understanding of how the world works, Harry said, with the confidence that came from months of successful learning experiences. They were taught to memorize spells and follow traditional procedures without necessarily understanding the underlying principles. Dr. Williams made several notes before looking up with obvious professional interest. Harry, how do you feel about the prospect of transitioning to traditional magical schooling when you reach the appropriate age? The question had been the subject of extensive family discussions over the past several months, and Harry's answer reflected careful consideration of complex factors. I think traditional magical schooling would be a step backward for me educationally, he said honestly. I'm already performing magic at levels that exceed what most Hogwarts students achieve, and I'm doing it with understanding rather than just technique. Going to a school that separates magical learning from comprehensive education would limit my development rather than advancing it. What would you prefer instead? Professor Flitwick asked with genuine curiosity. I'd prefer to continue with integrated education that builds on what I've already learned, Harry said with growing enthusiasm. Maybe supplemented with specialized instruction in areas where traditional magical education has particular expertise, but maintaining the foundation of comprehensive, interdisciplinary learning that's helped me develop so effectively. Doctor? Dan smiled with obvious parental pride. The Institute is developing advanced programs designed to meet exactly those needs. We're creating pathways for magical children who have outgrown traditional educational approaches or who require more specialized support than conventional institutions provide. Advanced programs, Professor Vector repeated with interest. What would those look like? Individualized curricula that combine magical instruction with university-level academic work, Dr. Dan explained. Research opportunities that allow students to contribute to the development of magical theory and practice, apprenticeship programs with professionals who understand both magical and conventional approaches to complex problems. He gestured toward a display board that showed the Institute's expansion plans. We're also developing support programs for magical children who have experienced trauma or educational failure in traditional settings. Therapeutic intervention combined with remedial education designed to help them recover both academically and emotionally. Dr. Williams leaned forward with obvious policy interest. These programs would serve as alternatives to traditional magical schooling. They would serve as options, Doctor, Emma said, joining the conversation with the clinical precision she brought to discussions of child welfare policy. Some magical children thrive in traditional educational environments. Others, like Harry and many of our students, require approaches that traditional institutions simply aren't equipped to provide. The key, Hermione said, appearing in the doorway with the timing that suggested she'd been monitoring the conversation, is recognizing that magical children are individuals with different learning styles, different abilities, and different needs. Educational policy should focus on matching children with approaches that help them succeed, rather than forcing all children to adapt to institutional preferences. The visiting professionals turned to look at Hermione with expressions that suggested they hadn't expected such sophisticated educational philosophy from a 10-year-old student. Miss Granger, Professor Flitwick said with obvious respect, you've been instrumental in developing the teaching methods used here. Could you explain your approach to magical education? Hermione settled into the discussion with the comfortable authority she brought to any academic topic. Traditional magical education assumes that all children learn magic the same way, and that standardized approaches will work for everyone, she began with characteristic directness. But magical abilities manifest differently in different people, respond to different triggers, and develop according to different timelines. She pulled out a notebook that contained detailed observations about her various students. Marcus learns best when he can integrate magical energy with technological systems. Luna's abilities respond to emotional and intuitive approaches that traditional structured spell work actually suppresses. Neville's magic is powerful, but slow to develop, requiring patient nurturing rather than pressure to perform according to conventional schedules. So you individualize instruction based on each child's particular magical characteristics? Dr. Williams asked. We individualize everything based on each child's comprehensive needs, Hermione corrected. Magical characteristics, learning style, emotional requirements, previous educational experiences, family situation, personal interests, long-term goals. Education should serve the child, not the other way around. Professor Vector made extensive notes as Hermione continued. We also recognize that magical development is influenced by emotional state, family support, physical health, academic achievement in other areas, and social relationships with peers who understand similar challenges. You can't effectively teach magical control to children who feel unsafe or unsupported. You can't develop advanced magical theory with students who lack the mathematical and scientific foundations to understand what they're doing. Hence the integrated approach, Professor Flitwick observed with growing understanding. Hence the comprehensive approach, Hermione confirmed. We're not just teaching magic. We're helping children develop into confident, competent, ethical people who happen to have magical abilities. Their magic is part of who they are, not the only thing that defines them. The sophistication of her analysis impressed the visiting professionals, but Harry could see that it also challenged some of their fundamental assumptions about magical education policy. Miss Granger, Dr. Williams said carefully, these approaches require significant resources and specialized expertise. How could they be implemented on a larger scale? The same way any important educational innovation gets implemented, Doctor, Dan said with the conviction of someone who had been researching this question extensively. Pilot programs, demonstration projects, teacher training initiatives, and gradual expansion based on documented success. He pulled out a comprehensive report that the Institute had been preparing for exactly this type of policy discussion. We've documented our methods, our results, and our resource requirements in detail. We've identified the specific training that conventional educators need to implement integrated approaches effectively. We've developed assessment tools that measure not just magical achievement, but comprehensive child development. Most importantly, Doctor, Emma added, we've proven that these approaches produce superior outcomes at reasonable cost. Children who succeed in our programs require less remedial intervention later, demonstrate better magical control, show higher academic achievement, and develop the kind of ethical reasoning that makes them positive contributors to both magical and non-magical communities. Dr. Williams reviewed the Institute's documentation with the careful attention of someone who specialized in evaluating educational policy proposals. "This is impressive work," she said finally. "The outcome data is compelling, the theoretical foundation is solid, and the practical implementation appears feasible for broader adoption." "What would you need to move forward with policy recommendations?" Professor Vector asked, with growing enthusiasm for the possibilities. "We need formal recognition that magical children deserve educational approaches that serve their individual needs, Doctor," Dan said with quiet conviction. "We need policy support for educational innovation and experimentation, and we need acknowledgement that traditional approaches, while valuable for some children, are not adequate for all children. We also need protection for families who choose alternative educational approaches for their magical children," Dr. Emma added. "Legal recognition that parents and guardians have the right to make educational decisions based on their children's actual needs rather than institutional preferences." Professor Flitwick exchanged looks with his colleagues, clearly recognizing the broader implications of what they were discussing. "What you're proposing," he said slowly, "would represent a fundamental shift in how magical society approaches child welfare and education." "Yes," Harry said simply, "which is exactly what magical society needs." The directness of his response created a moment of silence in the room. "Harry," Professor Flitwick said gently, "you've become something of a symbol for educational reform in the magical community. How do you feel about that responsibility?" Harry considered the question carefully, drawing on months of discussions with his family about the public attention his case had attracted. "I don't think children should have to be symbols," he said finally. "Children should be allowed to be children, with adults who protect them and help them learn and grow. But if my experience helps other children get the kind of support and education they need, then I'm glad my story has been useful." "The real responsibility belongs to adults," Hermione added, with characteristic insight. "Adults are the ones who make policy decisions and create educational institutions and determine how society treats its most vulnerable members. Children shouldn't have to advocate for their own basic welfare, but they should be heard when adults are making decisions about their lives." The visiting professionals spent the rest of the afternoon touring the Institute's facilities, observing classes, and interviewing students about their educational experiences. By the time they prepared to leave, their expressions suggested they had been convinced that the Institute's approaches represented genuine innovations with significant potential for broader implementation. "Harry," Professor Flitwick said as he prepared to go, "thank you for sharing your experiences with us. Your insights will be very valuable as we work to develop more responsive educational policies." "Professor Flitwick," Harry said, "when you're working on those policies, please remember that there are magical children right now who are struggling in situations that don't meet their needs. Educational reform isn't just about improving systems in general. It's about helping specific children who need better options." "I'll remember," Professor Flitwick promised with obvious sincerity. As the visitors left, Harry joined his family in the garden, where the afternoon's classes had concluded, and students were beginning to head home with their families. The sight of confident, happy children whose magical abilities were being developed in supportive environments remained one of the most satisfying aspects of the Institute's work. "How do you think that went?" Dr. Emma asked, as they watched Luna Lovegood demonstrate a complex botanical magic working to her impressed parents. "I think," Sirius said, appearing from the direction of the Institute's administrative offices with legal documents in hand, "that we're about to become much more official than we ever intended to be." "Official how?" Hermione asked, with immediate interest in any development that might affect the Institute's operations. "The Ministry of Magic wants to fund a comprehensive expansion of our programs," Sirius said with satisfaction that was mixed with slight apprehension. "Full governmental support for developing integrated magical education as an alternative pathway within the official educational system." "That's wonderful, Doctor," Dan said with enthusiasm that was similarly mixed with concern. "Also potentially complicated." "Very complicated," Sirius confirmed. "Government funding comes with government oversight, which means we'll need to maintain our innovative approaches while satisfying bureaucratic requirements for standardized assessment and regulatory compliance." Harry looked around the garden, where children were practicing magic with joy and confidence rather than fear and suppression, and felt something that might have been determination settling in his chest. "We'll figure it out," he said with quiet conviction. "We'll find ways to keep what works while meeting whatever requirements we have to meet, because there are too many children who need what we've built here for us to let bureaucratic complications stop us from helping them." As his family began making plans for navigating the complex challenges of governmental partnership while maintaining their commitment to innovative education, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since the night he'd climbed out of his cupboard and found Hermione reading under an oak tree. 1 year later, he was part of a family that had created something genuinely transformative for magical children throughout Britain. He was academically advanced, magically accomplished, emotionally stable, and surrounded by people who valued his insights and supported his continued growth. Most importantly, he was contributing to changes that would help other children avoid the kind of suffering he'd experienced and find the kind of support and education they needed to thrive. It wasn't the life anyone could have predicted for the boy who lived. It was exactly the life Harry Potter had chosen to build, supported by a family who believed that every child deserved advocates who would fight for their welfare and opportunities to develop their potential. Tomorrow, they would continue that work, helping more children discover what they were capable of when they were properly supported and genuinely valued. It was, Harry thought, as he watched Hermione already making plans for expanded educational programming, exactly the kind of magic that made everything else possible. 3 years had passed since the night Harry Potter escaped from a cupboard under the stairs and found a girl reading under an oak tree, and the world he inhabited now bore little resemblance to the one he had left behind. At 11 years old, Harry stood in the expanded facilities of what was now formally known as the Granger Institute for Comprehensive Magical Development, reviewing applications from families throughout Britain who were seeking alternatives to traditional magical education for their children. The Institute occupied a converted manor house in the countryside outside London, its grounds expanded through careful magical enhancement to accommodate residential facilities, advanced laboratories, and specialized learning environments that had become models for educational innovation throughout the magical world. What had begun as emergency assistance for one traumatized child had evolved into a comprehensive educational system that was reshaping how magical society approached child welfare, academic development, and the relationship between magical and non-magical learning. Harry's own transformation over those 3 years had been remarkable, not just in terms of magical development, but in terms of the young person he had become. No longer the frightened, desperate child who had climbed out of a kitchen window to escape abuse, he had grown into someone who carried himself with quiet confidence, spoke with thoughtful precision, and approached complex problems with the kind of analytical thinking that came from years of comprehensive education combined with emotional security. "Harry, Doctor," Emma called from the Institute's administrative offices. "There's someone here to see you. Someone we've been expecting for quite some time." Harry made his way through corridors lined with artwork created by the Institute's students, past classrooms where magical children were engaged in integrated learning that combined theoretical study with practical application, toward the main office where important visitors were typically received. The man waiting in Dr. Dan's office was immediately recognizable despite the years that had passed since their last meeting. Albus Dumbledore sat in one of the comfortable chairs that had been arranged for serious conversations. His appearance subtly changed in ways that suggested the intervening time had been spent in considerable reflection and personal reassessment. "Hello, Harry," Dumbledore said, rising as Harry entered the room. "You've grown considerably since our last meeting." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied with the polite formality he had learned to use with adults whose intentions were still unclear to him. "Dr. Dan said you wanted to speak with me." "Indeed I do," Dumbledore said, settling back into his chair with an expression that carried none of the paternal authority that had characterized his previous interactions with Harry. "I've come to discuss your magical education and to make what I believe you might find to be an interesting proposal." Dr. Dan remained in the room with the protective attentiveness that had become standard practice for meetings involving Harry's educational future. The lessons of Harry's early experiences with adults who claimed to know what was best for him had been thoroughly learned by everyone involved in his care. "What kind of proposal?" Harry asked, taking a seat across from Dumbledore with the composure that came from years of being treated as someone whose opinions mattered in decisions about his own life. "I've spent the past 3 years studying the educational approaches developed here at the Institute." Dumbledore began with obvious care in his word choice. "The results have been extraordinary, not just in terms of academic achievement, but in terms of the development of ethical reasoning, magical control, and the kind of comprehensive understanding that creates truly accomplished wizards and witches." He paused to look around the office, which was decorated with certificates, photographs, and documentation that represented the Institute's growing influence on magical education policy throughout Britain. "More importantly, I've had to confront the reality that my own approaches to magical education and child welfare were not only inadequate, but actively harmful in your particular case. The systematic failures that characterized your early placement were the result of my decisions, and the suffering you experienced was the direct consequence of my prioritizing theoretical considerations over your actual welfare." The acknowledgement was more direct and comprehensive than anything Harry had expected from the former Hogwarts headmaster, and it carried the weight of someone who had spent considerable time examining his own mistakes. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said carefully, "are you apologizing for the decisions you made about my placement with the Dursleys?" "I'm apologizing for far more than that," Dumbledore replied, with the kind of honesty that seemed to age him visibly as he spoke. "I am apologizing for treating you as a strategic asset rather than a child who deserved safety and support. I am apologizing for ignoring evidence of your abuse in favor of maintaining arrangements that served my purposes rather than your needs. I am apologizing for failing in the most basic responsibilities that adults have toward children in their care." The comprehensive nature of his apology was both surprising and somehow liberating. Harry had spent years processing his early experiences through therapeutic support and family discussions, but hearing formal acknowledgement of institutional failure from the person most responsible for those failures was unexpectedly meaningful. "Thank you," Harry said simply. "That means more than you might realize." Dumbledore nodded with obvious relief that his apology had been received as it was intended. "Harry, the reason I'm here today is to discuss your transition to advanced magical education. You're approaching the age when most magical children begin formal schooling, but your circumstances are obviously unique." "How so?" Dr. Dan asked, with the careful attention he brought to any discussion of Harry's educational future. Harry's magical development exceeds what most Hogwarts students achieve even in their final years, Dumbledore explained with obvious admiration. His theoretical understanding is sophisticated enough for graduate-level study. His practical abilities demonstrate the kind of control and precision that typically requires decades of training to develop. He leaned forward with growing enthusiasm for the topic. Moreover, the integrated educational approach he's received here has given him perspectives on magic that are simply unavailable through traditional curricula. He understands magical theory in relation to broader academic disciplines. He approaches ethical questions with the kind of comprehensive analysis that we hope to see in our most accomplished magical citizens. He demonstrates leadership capabilities that suggest exceptional potential for positive influence within magical society. "That's all very flattering," Harry said, with the slight wariness he still felt when adults praised him for characteristics that might come with unwanted obligations. "But what specific proposal are you making?" "I'm proposing a collaborative educational arrangement between Hogwarts and the Granger Institute," Dumbledore said, with the excitement of someone presenting a solution to a complex problem. "Advanced magical instruction, tailored to your specific needs and interests, combined with continued residence here and ongoing participation in the Institute's innovative programs." The proposal was more interesting than Harry had expected, representing a recognition that his educational needs had outgrown conventional approaches rather than an attempt to force him into traditional structures. "What would that look like practically?" Dr. Dan asked. "Harry would work with specialized tutors on advanced magical subjects that require resources and expertise that even the Institute doesn't currently possess," Dumbledore explained. "Ancient runes, advanced transfiguration theory, experimental magical research, historical analysis of magical development across different cultures." He pulled out a comprehensive curriculum outline that suggested considerable preparation for this conversation. At the same time, he would continue living here, participating in the Institute's integrated programs and contributing to the educational innovation work that has become so important to magical child welfare throughout Britain. Harry reviewed the proposed curriculum with growing interest. The advanced magical subjects were genuinely appealing, representing areas of study that he had been wanting to explore, but that required specialized instruction and resources. "Professor Dumbledore," he said slowly, "this proposal suggests that you've significantly changed your approach to magical education since our last meeting." "Indeed I have," Dumbledore confirmed with obvious satisfaction. "The past 3 years have been instructive in ways I hadn't anticipated. The Institute's success with magical children who had failed under traditional approaches has been compelling evidence that our conventional methods are inadequate for many students." He gestured toward the documentation of the Institute's outcomes that was displayed throughout the office. "More importantly, I've had to confront the reality that institutional authority, without accountability, leads to systematic failures that harm the very children we claim to be protecting. Your case demonstrated that quite clearly." "What kinds of changes have you made at Hogwarts?" Harry asked, with genuine curiosity about how traditional institutions might adapt to incorporate more effective approaches. "We've implemented individualized learning plans for students whose needs aren't met by conventional curricula," Dumbledore said with enthusiasm for the reforms he'd been developing. "We've established collaborative programs with institutions like the Institute that have expertise in innovative approaches. We've created oversight systems that ensure child welfare remains the primary consideration in all educational decisions. Most importantly," he continued, "we've acknowledged that Hogwarts should serve students rather than requiring students to adapt to institutional preferences, regardless of whether those preferences actually support their development." The philosophical shift was dramatic enough to suggest genuine institutional change rather than superficial adjustments designed to address public criticism. "Harry, Doctor," Emma said, joining the conversation with the clinical perspective she brought to discussions of Harry's comprehensive development, "how do you feel about the possibility of advanced magical instruction while maintaining your residence and primary educational program here?" Harry considered the question carefully, drawing on years of experience in making educational decisions based on his actual interests and needs rather than external expectations or obligations. "I'm interested in the advanced magical subjects," he said honestly. "There are areas of magical theory and practice that I want to explore, but that require specialized instruction and resources. If I could pursue those interests while maintaining the family and educational environment that has been so important to my development, that would be ideal." "What concerns do you have about this arrangement?" Dumbledore asked, with the kind of direct inquiry that suggested he was genuinely interested in addressing potential problems rather than dismissing them. "I'm concerned about expectations," Harry said, with the honesty that had become characteristic of his interactions with adults who were making decisions about his future. "I don't want advanced magical education to come with obligations to fulfill other people's ideas about what I should do with my abilities. I want to learn because learning is interesting and valuable, not because someone thinks I have responsibilities to magical society that require specific preparation." "That's a very reasonable concern," Dumbledore acknowledged. "What would you need to feel confident that advanced magical instruction wouldn't come with inappropriate expectations or obligations?" Harry looked at Dr. Dan and Dr. Emma, drawing on the security that came from knowing he had advocates who would prioritize his welfare over institutional considerations. "I'd need the same kind of educational autonomy I've had here," he said, with growing confidence. "The ability to pursue subjects that interest me, to learn at my own pace, to ask questions that challenge conventional approaches, and to develop my abilities according to my own values and goals, rather than someone else's agenda. I'd also need assurance that this educational arrangement is about my development as a person, not preparation for some predetermined role that other people think I should fulfill," he added, with the kind of insight that demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of the political dynamics surrounding his education. "Harry," Dumbledore said with obvious sincerity, "you have my word that any educational arrangement we develop will be designed to serve your interests and support your autonomous development. You will not be required to accept obligations or fulfill expectations beyond those that naturally arise from your own choices about how to use your education." The commitment was more comprehensive than Harry had expected, and it suggested that Dumbledore's institutional reforms had included genuine changes in his approach to exceptional students. "There's one more thing," Harry said, addressing what had become the most important consideration in his educational planning. "Any advanced magical instruction would need to complement rather than compete with my work here at the Institute. Helping other magical children find appropriate educational opportunities has become important to me, and I don't want individual advancement to come at the expense of that broader mission." The maturity of his perspective on balancing personal development with social responsibility impressed the adults in the room, representing the kind of ethical reasoning that the Institute's comprehensive educational approach had been designed to foster. "Actually," Dumbledore said with growing excitement, "your continued involvement with the Institute would enhance, rather than detract, from advanced magical instruction. Many of the subjects we're proposing would benefit from practical application in educational innovation and child welfare advocacy." He pulled out additional curriculum materials that showed how advanced magical study could be integrated with the Institute's mission. Ancient runes include historical analysis of magical child welfare practices across different cultures. Advanced transfiguration theory has applications to creating educational environments that adapt to individual student needs. Experimental magical research could focus on developing new approaches to magical education and therapeutic intervention. The possibility of pursuing advanced magical study in ways that directly supported the work that had become most important to him was appealing enough to resolve most of Harry's concerns about the proposal. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, with growing enthusiasm, "I think I'd like to try this collaborative arrangement, provided we can structure it to maintain my residence here and my primary educational program with the Institute. Excellent, Dumbledore said with obvious satisfaction. I'll work with Dr. Dan and Dr. Emma to develop specific arrangements that meet your needs and interests, while providing access to the advanced magical instruction that will support your continued development. As they began discussing practical details of scheduling, resources, and curriculum integration, Harry reflected on how dramatically his educational circumstances had evolved from the desperate escape that had brought him to the Granger family 3 years earlier. The boy who had once been told he was a freak, whose abilities needed to be suppressed, was now collaborating with the most prestigious magical educational institution in Britain to design advanced learning opportunities that served both his individual development and his broader mission of helping other magical children. The transformation was more comprehensive than he could have imagined when he first climbed out of his cupboard and walked toward an uncertain future. But more importantly, it represented exactly the kind of educational autonomy and social purpose that he had discovered he valued most. Later that evening, as the Institute settled into its comfortable evening routine, Harry joined his family in the living room, where they had shared so many important conversations over the years. Hermione was reviewing applications from prospective students, Dr. Emma was updating medical files for current Institute participants, and Dr. Dan was working on policy proposals that would expand access to innovative magical education throughout Britain. Sirius appeared from his own office, carrying legal documents that suggested continued work on the advocacy and protection issues that had become central to his post-Azkaban mission. "How did the meeting with Dumbledore go?" he asked, settling into his favorite chair with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had become an integral part of the family's decision-making processes. "Better than I expected," Harry said honestly. "He's proposing advanced magical instruction that would complement rather than compete with my work here, and he seems to have genuinely learned from the mistakes he made with my early placement." "What kind of advanced instruction?" Hermione asked, with immediate interest in any educational opportunities that might benefit her own development as well. Harry described the proposed curriculum and the collaborative arrangement that would allow him to pursue specialized magical study while maintaining his residence and primary educational program at the Institute. "That sounds ideal," Dr. Emma said with maternal satisfaction. "Advanced learning opportunities that serve your interests without disrupting the family and educational environment that has been so important to your development. It also represents exactly the kind of institutional flexibility that we've been advocating for other exceptional students," Dr. Dan added with professional appreciation for educational innovation. "Individual arrangements that serve student needs rather than forcing students to adapt to rigid institutional structures." "Most importantly," Sirius said, with the protective concern that had characterized his approach to Harry's welfare since reclaiming his role as godfather, "it acknowledges your autonomy in making educational decisions and your right to pursue your own goals rather than fulfilling other people's expectations." As the family continued discussing the possibilities and implications of the proposed educational arrangement, Harry found himself marveling at how completely his circumstances had changed from the desperate child who had escaped from Privet Drive 3 years earlier. He was now 11 years old, academically advanced far beyond conventional expectations, magically accomplished to a degree that impressed professional educators, emotionally stable, and confident in ways that reflected years of therapeutic support and family security, and actively contributing to educational and social reforms that were benefiting magical children throughout Britain. Most importantly, he was making educational decisions based on his own interests and values, supported by a family that prioritized his welfare and development rather than external expectations or institutional obligations. The collaborative arrangement with Hogwarts represented not a return to traditional magical education, but an expansion of the innovative approaches that had made his own development possible. It was education designed to serve the student, rather than requiring the student to serve institutional preferences. "There's something else we should discuss," Hermione said, looking up from the applications she'd been reviewing with characteristic attention to important details. The Ministry of Magic has proposed expanding our model to establish similar institutes in Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. They want us to oversee a comprehensive reform of magical education throughout the British Isles. The scope of what was being proposed was both exciting and daunting. Harry looked around at his family, the people who had created something genuinely transformative from their commitment to comprehensive child welfare and innovative education. That's a significant expansion from helping one traumatized 8-year-old, he observed, with the dry humor he'd developed over years of watching their small family project grow into something with national policy implications. That's how real change happens, Doctor, Dan said with the satisfaction of someone who had seen his professional expertise contribute to genuine social improvement. You solve one problem thoroughly, document what worked, and then apply those solutions to similar problems on a larger scale. Besides, Doctor, Emma added with maternal pride, that one traumatized 8-year-old has become a confident 11-year-old who's contributing to solutions that will help thousands of other children. Your recovery and development isn't just a personal success story. It's proof that comprehensive, child-centered approaches to education and welfare can transform lives in ways that traditional institutional methods can't achieve. Harry considered the possibility of their family's work expanding to help magical children throughout the British Isles, creating comprehensive alternatives to traditional educational approaches and ensuring that no child would have to experience the kind of systematic failure that had characterized his early life. I think, he said slowly, that we should say yes to the expansion proposal. There are too many children who need what we've built here for us to limit ourselves to what we can accomplish in one location. Even if it means more complexity, more administrative responsibilities, and more political complications, Sirius asked, with the kind of protective concern that came from understanding how quickly public missions could become overwhelming burdens. Even if it means all of that, Harry confirmed, with the conviction that had grown from years of understanding how his own recovery could serve broader purposes. Because the alternative is accepting that some children will continue to suffer in systems that don't serve their needs, and I'm not willing to accept that when we know how to do better. The maturity and social commitment reflected in his response represented everything the Institute's educational approach had been designed to develop: confident, capable, ethically committed young people who understood their abilities as gifts to be used in service of positive change. As the evening continued with detailed planning for both Harry's individual educational advancement and the Institute's expansion to serve magical children throughout Britain, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him from desperation to purpose, from isolation to family, from systematic failure to comprehensive success. 3 years after climbing out of a cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter was exactly who he had always had the potential to become: a confident young person whose abilities were developed and celebrated, whose welfare was protected and prioritized, whose voice was heard and valued in decisions about his future, and whose recovery had created opportunities for other children to find the same kind of comprehensive support and innovative education. The frightened 8-year-old who had run away in the night had become an 11-year-old who was choosing to stay and build something better for everyone who came after him. It was, Harry thought, as he listened to his family planning ways to expand their transformative work, exactly the kind of magic that made everything else possible. The magic of comprehensive love, innovative education, ethical commitment, and the recognition that every child deserved advocates who would fight for their welfare rather than accepting institutional failures as inevitable. Tomorrow, he would begin advanced magical instruction designed to serve his interests and support his development. Next month, the Institute would begin expanding to serve magical children throughout Britain. Next year, he would continue growing into the person he chose to become, supported by a family that celebrated his potential and a mission that used his recovery to create opportunities for others. The boy who had once been told he was too dangerous and too different to deserve love or safety had become the young man who proved that with proper support, innovative education, and comprehensive care, any child could transform not only their own life, but the lives of everyone around them. It was more than survival. It was exactly the kind of thriving that every child deserved the chance to discover. The sun was climbing higher when Harry first saw her, though he'd been watching the empty park for over an hour by then. She appeared around the corner of Magnolia Crescent like something from a story, arms full of books, and walking with the kind of purpose that suggested she knew exactly where she was going and why. Harry pressed himself closer to the oak tree, suddenly conscious of how he must look. His clothes were wrinkled from sleeping in them for 3 days. His hair was doing that impossible thing where it stuck up in every direction at once, and he was fairly certain he smelled like the inside of a cupboard, which, considering where he'd spent the last 72 hours, was probably accurate. The girl looked to be about his age, maybe a little older, with brown hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, and clothes that were clean and well-fitted in a way that spoke of parents who cared about such things. She walked directly to the oak tree, as if she'd been planning to meet him there all along, settled herself cross-legged in the grass a careful distance away, and opened the largest book Harry had ever seen. For several minutes they existed in companionable silence. Harry found himself studying her with the intense focus of someone who'd spent most of his life observing people from the edges of rooms. She read like she was having a conversation with the book, her lips moving slightly, her eyebrows rising and falling in response to whatever she was discovering on the pages. It was peaceful in a way Harry had never experienced before. No one was demanding anything from him. No one was telling him to be smaller, quieter, less noticeable. No one was looking at him like he was a problem that needed solving. He was so lost in this novel sensation of simply existing without consequence that he didn't notice when the girl looked up from her book until she spoke. "You're hurt," she said, and her voice carried the kind of matter-of-fact observation that suggested she was used to noticing things other people missed. Harry's hand went instinctively to his ribs, where the bruises from his encounter with Dudley and the cupboard wall had painted patterns in purple and green across his skin. "It's nothing," he said automatically, the response trained into him through years of practice. "It doesn't look like nothing." She closed her book carefully, using a leaf as a bookmark, and shifted to face him more directly. "Those bruises on your arms look fairly recent, and you're holding yourself like your ribs hurt." The clinical precision of her assessment was startling. Harry had never had anyone look at his injuries with anything approaching objective analysis. The Dursleys either ignored them entirely or blamed him for causing whatever had resulted in the damage. Other adults, the few times they'd noticed, had accepted whatever explanation was offered with the kind of willful blindness that came from not wanting to get involved. "Are you a doctor?" Harry asked, partly to deflect attention from himself, and partly because genuine curiosity was a luxury he'd rarely been able to indulge. She laughed, a sound like wind chimes that made something in Harry's chest feel lighter. "Not yet. But both my parents are. Dentists, actually. They're always going on about proper observation and diagnosis. I suppose some of it's rubbed off on me." "Dentists," Harry repeated, trying the word out. He'd heard of dentists, of course, though he'd never actually been to one. The Dursleys took Dudley for regular checkups, but Harry's teeth were apparently expected to take care of themselves. Boring, I know. But they're good at it, and they're very good at noticing when someone's been hurt. Her brown eyes, which Harry was beginning to realize were remarkably intelligent, studied his face with the same careful attention she'd been giving her book. "When did you last eat a proper meal?" The question hit Harry like a physical blow. He couldn't remember the last time anyone had asked about his well-being with anything approaching genuine concern. "Yesterday," he lied, then immediately wondered why he'd bothered lying. What was the worst this girl could do? Tell her parents? Call the police? At this point, any of those options seemed preferable to being shipped off to an institution for dangerous children. "Yesterday when?" she pressed, and there was something in her voice that suggested she was used to getting complete answers to her questions. 3 days ago, Harry admitted, the truth spilling out before he could stop it. Well, I had some bread this morning. But before that, 3 days ago. She was quiet for a long moment, and Harry braced himself for the lecture about proper nutrition or responsible behavior, or any of the dozen other things adults usually said when confronted with evidence of his less-than-ideal living situation. Instead, she reached into a small bag that had been sitting beside her books and pulled out what looked like a sandwich wrapped in wax paper. "Turkey and Swiss," she said, extending it toward him. "Mum always packs extra, because she says growing brains need fuel. I was planning to save it for later, but I think you need it more than I do." Harry stared at the offered sandwich like it might be a hallucination. "I can't take your lunch." "Why not?" "Because it's yours. Because I don't know you. Because—" Harry struggled to articulate the dozen unspoken rules that governed his interactions with other people, all of which seemed to boil down to the fundamental principle that he didn't deserve things that belonged to other people. "Because you think there's some sort of cosmic law that says hungry children aren't allowed to accept food from other children who have enough to share?" She tilted her head, studying him with the same intense focus she'd applied to her book. "That's rather silly, don't you think?" When she put it like that, it did sound silly. Harry reached for the sandwich with hands that trembled slightly, either from hunger or from the surreal experience of having someone treat his well-being as a matter of simple, practical concern. The sandwich was better than anything he could remember eating. The bread was soft and fresh, the turkey was thick enough to actually taste, and there was some kind of sauce that made his mouth water. But more than the food itself, there was something about the casual generosity of the gesture that made Harry's throat tight with emotions he couldn't name. "I'm Hermione Granger," the girl said, while Harry ate, apparently deciding that his acceptance of the sandwich constituted the beginning of a proper conversation. "Harry," he managed around a bite of sandwich. "Harry Potter." "Potter," she repeated thoughtfully. "That's not a very common name around here. Do you live in Little Whinging?" The question that had been haunting Harry for the past several hours suddenly seemed both more urgent and more complicated. Did he live in Little Whinging? He'd spent 8 years at number 4 Privet Drive, but living implied belonging somewhere, implied being wanted. The Dursleys had made it quite clear that he was a temporary inconvenience at best. "Sort of," he said finally. "It's complicated." Hermione's expression shifted subtly, and Harry realized that she was very good at reading between the lines. "Are you in some kind of trouble?" Harry almost laughed. Trouble was such an inadequate word for his situation. He was a homeless 8-year-old with strange abilities that he couldn't explain, and relatives who thought he belonged in a mental institution. Trouble barely began to cover it. "I ran away," he said, and somehow saying it out loud made it feel both more real and more terrifying. "Last night. Or this morning, really. I've been here since before sunrise." "Why?" The question was asked with the straightforward curiosity of someone who was used to getting to the bottom of things. Harry looked at her carefully, trying to gauge whether she was the sort of person who could handle the truth. There was something about her manner, her obvious intelligence, and the way she treated his situation as a puzzle to be solved rather than a scandal to be shocked by, that suggested she might be able to understand. "My relatives," he began slowly, "they're not very nice people. They've never liked having me around, and recently they decided they don't want me around at all." "Not very nice how?" Hermione's voice had taken on a sharp edge that suggested she had very strong opinions about adults who weren't nice to children. Harry pulled up his sleeve, revealing the finger-shaped bruises on his upper arm where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him after the birthday party incident. "They think I'm dangerous," he said simply. Hermione's intake of breath was sharp and angry. "That's not dangerous. That's abuse." The word hung in the air between them like a challenge. Abuse. Harry had heard it before, of course, usually in whispered conversations between teachers who thought he couldn't hear them, or in the background noise of television programs about social issues that the Dursleys watched with casual indifference. But hearing it applied directly to his own situation, spoken by someone his own age, with the kind of certainty that suggested she knew exactly what the word meant and why it mattered, was somehow both validating and terrifying. "They say I'm a freak," Harry said, testing the waters of honesty with this strange girl who seemed to think his welfare was worth caring about. "They say I make things happen that shouldn't happen." What sort of things? The question was asked with such matter-of-fact curiosity that Harry found himself answering before he could think better of it. "Weird things. When I get scared or angry, sometimes things break, or move, or change in ways they shouldn't be able to change." Hermione was quiet for a long moment, her brown eyes studying Harry's face with an intensity that made him wonder if she was trying to decide whether he was telling the truth or simply making up stories to explain away a complicated home situation. Then, without warning, she looked directly at the book lying beside her in the grass and did something that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. The book rose gently into the air, pages ruffling slightly, as if moved by a breeze that didn't exist. It hovered there for several seconds before settling back down exactly where it had been. "Like that?" Hermione asked calmly, as if she hadn't just done something that should have been completely impossible. Harry stared at her, then at the book, then back at her. His mouth opened and closed several times before he managed to form actual words. "You can do it too." "I can do lots of things," Hermione said, and there was something in her voice that suggested this wasn't the first time she'd had this conversation, though it might have been the first time she'd had it with someone who understood what she was talking about. "I've been able to do things like that for as long as I can remember. My parents know, of course. They're very logical people, so once they got over the initial shock, they decided to approach it like any other area where their daughter showed unusual aptitude." "They're not afraid of you?" Harry asked, and he could hear the hunger in his own voice. Hunger for the possibility that parents might react to strangeness with curiosity rather than fear. "They're academics," Hermione said with a slight smile. "Their first instinct when confronted with something they don't understand is to research it thoroughly. They've been collecting books about unusual phenomena since I was 4, and made all the flowers in our garden bloom out of season because I was sad that summer was ending. Books about—" Harry struggled to wrap his mind around the concept. "There are books about this?" "Oh, yes. Loads of them. Most people think they're fiction, of course, but my parents are very good at reading between the lines. They've found references to schools for children like us, organizations that help families deal with unusual abilities, even government departments that apparently specialize in managing situations where the impossible becomes possible." Harry felt something that might have been hope stirring in his chest. Schools for children like them? Organizations that helped families? It sounded too good to be true, like something from one of the fairy tales he'd overheard other children talking about, but never been told himself. "Do you think," he said carefully, "that there might be places where children like us don't get locked in cupboards for making things happen?" Hermione's expression shifted dramatically, her earlier academic interest replaced by something fierce and protective. "Someone locked you in a cupboard?" "They do that when I make things happen that they don't like," Harry explained, surprised by how easy it was to talk to this girl who seemed to understand that unusual abilities were a fact to be managed rather than a character flaw to be punished. "The last time was 3 days. That's when I decided I couldn't stay there anymore." 3 days? Hermione's voice was flat with outrage. "They locked an 8-year-old boy in a cupboard for 3 days because he has abilities they don't understand." "Well, I did sort of explode all the windows in their house," Harry admitted, "and launched a birthday cake at one of my cousin's friends, and made all the garden sprinklers go off at once. I once made every book in the local library rearrange itself alphabetically by author, when the librarian told me I was too young to check out advanced mathematics texts, Hermione said crisply. My parents bought her flowers and a very nice bottle of wine, helped her reshelve everything properly, and then found me a different library with more accommodating policies. They didn't lock me in a cupboard. The contrast was so stark that Harry felt something twist painfully in his chest. The idea that parents might respond to unusual incidents with practical problem-solving rather than punishment was almost too foreign to comprehend. Your parents sound nice, he said finally. They are, Hermione agreed. They're also very interested in meeting other children with abilities like ours, and they have very strong opinions about the proper care and feeding of growing minds, regardless of what those minds happen to be capable of. Something in her tone made Harry look at her more sharply. Are you suggesting something? I'm suggesting that you look like you could use a proper meal, a safe place to sleep, and adults who understand that being different doesn't make you dangerous. Hermione stood up, brushing grass off her jeans with the same methodical precision she seemed to apply to everything. I'm also suggesting that my parents would be very interested in hearing your story. I don't want charity, Harry said quickly, though even as he said it he wasn't entirely sure why. Pride, maybe, though he wasn't sure he had any right to pride, given his current circumstances. It wouldn't be charity, Hermione said matter-of-factly. It would be mutual benefit. You get proper food and a place where no one's going to lock you in cupboards. My parents get the chance to meet another child with unusual abilities and learn more about how these things work. I get someone to talk to who understands what it's like to make impossible things happen. She extended her hand toward him, and Harry realized she was offering him far more than just help getting to his feet. She was offering him the possibility that he might not have to face whatever came next, alone. Besides, Hermione added with a slight smile, I've been reading about friendship in my advanced psychology texts, and apparently it works much better when both parties have something to offer each other. You'd be doing me a favor as much as I'd be doing you one. Harry looked at her extended hand, then up at her face, which was open and earnest, and completely lacking in the kind of calculation he'd learned to watch for in adults. There was no angle here, no hidden agenda, just a girl his own age who seemed to think his welfare was worth caring about. He took her hand and let her help him to his feet, marveling at how strange it felt to accept assistance without having to pay for it somehow. Come on, Hermione said, shouldering her bag of books with practiced ease. Let's go home and see if we can convince my parents that housing a runaway with unusual abilities is exactly the sort of research opportunity they've been looking for. As they walked together toward the edge of the park, Harry found himself stealing glances at this remarkable girl who seemed to take impossible things in stride and treat kindness like it was the most natural thing in the world. For the first time since he'd climbed out of his cupboard, he allowed himself to hope that maybe, just maybe, he might have found exactly what he'd been looking for without even knowing he was looking for it. A place where he could belong. The morning sun was warm on his face, and beside him Hermione chattered easily about books and parents and the fascinating properties of advanced mathematics, apparently taking it for granted that he would be interested in whatever she had to say. Harry had never had a friend before, but he thought this might be what it felt like. This sense of walking beside someone who saw him as a person rather than a problem, who thought his thoughts were worth hearing and his welfare was worth protecting. It was, he decided, a much better feeling than he'd expected. As they reached the edge of the park and turned onto a tree-lined street that looked nothing like Privet Drive, Harry felt the tight knot of fear in his chest begin to loosen for the first time in days. Maybe everything would still go wrong. Maybe these people would turn out to be just another version of the adults who'd failed him before. But maybe, for once in his life, he'd found exactly what he needed when he needed it most. Maybe he'd found home. The Granger house was everything number 4 Privet Drive was not. Where the Dursley home was a monument to aggressive normalcy and careful presentation, the Granger residence radiated the comfortable chaos of people who valued ideas over appearances. Books lined every available wall. Scientific journals created precarious towers on side tables, and the faint smell of something delicious drifted from what Harry assumed was the kitchen. "Mum! Dad!" Hermione called as she led Harry through the front door, her voice carrying the casual confidence of someone who never doubted she'd be welcomed home. "I've brought a friend who needs our help." The response was immediate and telling. Instead of the sharp interrogation Harry expected, or the suspicious calculation that usually greeted his presence in other people's homes, he heard the sound of chairs scraping back and footsteps approaching, with what sounded like genuine interest rather than obligation. Dr. Emma Granger appeared first, emerging from what Harry glimpsed was a home office, lined floor to ceiling with medical texts. She was a woman in her mid-30s, with greying brown hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, and intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses that reminded Harry strongly of her daughter. "Friend," she repeated, taking in Harry's appearance with the kind of clinical assessment he'd learned to expect from adults, but without the accompanying judgment he'd grown accustomed to. "Hermione, your friend looks like he could use immediate medical attention." "That's what I thought too," Hermione said, settling her bag of books by the door with practiced ease. "Harry, these are my parents. Mum, Dad, this is Harry Potter." Dr. Daniel Granger had joined them by then, a tall man with kind eyes and the same unruly hair that seemed to run in the family. His handshake was firm but gentle when Harry reluctantly extended his own hand, and his smile was the sort that reached his eyes in a way that suggested it wasn't something he had to work at. "Harry," Dr. Dan said warmly, "any friend of Hermione's is welcome here. Though I have to agree with my wife that you look like you've had a rough time recently." Harry found himself caught off guard by the straightforward kindness in their voices. There were no demands for explanations, no immediate questions about where he'd come from or why he looked like he'd been sleeping rough. Just practical concern for his immediate welfare, and an assumption that their daughter's judgment was sound enough to be trusted. "I'm all right," Harry said automatically, then caught the look that passed between Hermione's parents and realized that his standard deflection wasn't going to work here. "With respect, Harry," Dr. Emma said gently, "I can see 3 distinct sets of bruises from here, and you're favoring your left side in a way that suggests possible rib damage. You're also showing signs of recent weight loss and dehydration. That doesn't qualify as all right in any medical textbook I've ever read." The clinical precision of her assessment was somehow less invasive than it should have been. She wasn't making accusations or jumping to conclusions, just cataloguing observable facts with the same methodical approach Hermione had applied to his situation in the park. "Why don't we get you something to eat and drink?" Dr. Dan suggested. "And then we can have a proper conversation about what's brought you to our door, looking like you've been through a war zone." The kitchen was warm and welcoming in a way that made Harry's chest tight with unnamed emotions. Sunlight streamed through windows that were actually clean, illuminating a space that was clearly designed for family meals and comfortable conversation rather than the rigid formality that characterized the Dursley dining arrangements. Dr. Emma moved around the kitchen with efficient grace, assembling what appeared to be a proper meal with the kind of casual competence that suggested feeding unexpected guests was not an unusual occurrence in the Granger household. "Hermione tells us you have some interesting abilities, Doctor," Dan said, as he guided Harry to a chair at the kitchen table. "She mentioned that you've had some difficulty with family members who don't understand the nature of those abilities." Harry shot a look at Hermione, who was arranging her books on a counter with the same careful precision she seemed to apply to everything. "You told them about the weird stuff?" "I told them that you have the same sort of unusual capabilities that I do," Hermione corrected, "and that your relatives have been responding to those capabilities in ways that constitute child abuse." The matter-of-fact way she said it made Harry flinch. Abuse. There was that word again, spoken with the same clinical precision her mother had used to assess his injuries. "Hermione mentioned that you've been locked in cupboards, Doctor," Emma said, placing a plate of sandwiches and a glass of milk in front of Harry with the same gentle efficiency she'd shown throughout their interaction. "For 3 days, most recently." It wasn't a question, but Harry found himself nodding anyway. There was something about the way both parents were looking at him, with professional concern tempered by genuine warmth, that made honesty feel safer than the careful deflections he'd perfected over the years. "They think I'm dangerous," he said quietly. "They think I should be locked up somewhere, where I can't hurt normal people." "Doctor." Dan's expression darkened in a way that suggested he had very strong opinions about adults who thought 8-year-old children should be locked up anywhere. "Harry, I want you to understand something very clearly. Having unusual abilities doesn't make you dangerous. It makes you different, which is not the same thing at all." "But I do break things," Harry protested. "When I get scared or angry, things happen that shouldn't happen. Windows explode, objects move. People get covered in birthday cake when they're standing 20 feet away from the table. Hermione once rearranged every book in the local library because she was frustrated with their filing system, Doctor," Emma said calmly. "She was 6 at the time. We didn't conclude that she was dangerous. We concluded that she needed guidance in learning to channel her abilities more constructively." "You didn't think she was a freak?" The word slipped out before Harry could stop it, carrying with it 8 years of accumulated shame and self-loathing. "We thought she was remarkable," Dr. Dan said firmly. "We thought she was a child with extraordinary gifts who needed extraordinary support to help her reach her full potential. Which is exactly what we think about you." Harry stared at them, trying to process the idea that adults might look at unusual abilities as gifts rather than afflictions. It was such a foreign concept that he found himself struggling to understand what they were actually saying. "Hermione showed me that she could make her book float," he said tentatively. "Just lifted it right up into the air like it was nothing. She's been able to do things like that since she was very small," Dr. Emma confirmed. "At first, we thought we were imagining things, or that there were logical explanations we weren't seeing. But after the library incident, we realized we needed to approach this systematically." "We started researching," Dr. Dan added, settling into the chair across from Harry with the easy familiarity of someone who'd had this conversation before. "Academic research into unexplained phenomena, historical accounts of unusual abilities, even folklore and mythology that might contain grains of truth." "What did you find?" Harry asked, surprised by his own curiosity. No one had ever suggested to him that his abilities might be something worth researching rather than suppressing. "Fascinating things, Doctor," Emma said, moving to join them at the table with her own cup of tea. "References to schools that specialize in training children with unusual gifts. Government departments that apparently exist to manage the intersection between the ordinary world and the extraordinary one. Entire communities of people who live with abilities like yours and Hermione's. There are other people like us?" Harry felt something that might have been hope stirring in his chest. "Lots of them, apparently," Hermione said, looking up from her books with the enthusiasm she seemed to bring to any topic that caught her interest. "I've been reading everything I can find about magical theory and practical applications. It's absolutely fascinating." "Magical," Harry repeated, testing the word. "You think what we do is magic? What else would you call it, Doctor?" Dan asked reasonably. "When my daughter makes objects levitate through focused intention, and when you can apparently cause sympathetic magical responses in your environment during times of emotional stress, I'm not sure what other term would be more accurate." The casual way he said it, as if magic were simply another area of academic inquiry rather than something shameful and dangerous, made Harry's worldview shift in ways he wasn't sure he was ready for. "But magic isn't real," he said weakly, parroting back the fundamental assumption that had underlain every interaction with his relatives. "Harry, doctors," Emma said gently. You've been making impossible things happen for years. Hermione has been demonstrating controlled manipulation of physical objects through mental intention since she was a toddler. At what point do we stop insisting that something isn't real and start accepting that our understanding of what's possible might be incomplete? The logic was unassailable, but accepting it meant dismantling everything Harry had been taught about himself and his place in the world. It meant considering the possibility that instead of being a dangerous freak who needed to be contained, he might actually be something extraordinary that needed to be nurtured. The people who were supposed to take care of you, Hermione said, looking up from her book with the kind of indignant expression that suggested she'd been thinking about this conversation all morning. They were wrong about everything. You're not dangerous. You're not a freak. You're not a burden that needs to be managed or hidden away. Then what am I? Harry asked, and he could hear the desperate hunger for an answer in his own voice. You're a child with extraordinary abilities, who's been systematically mistreated by people who were too ignorant and too cruel to recognize what they were dealing with, Dr. Dan said with quiet firmness. You're someone who deserves safety, support, and the chance to develop your gifts in an environment where they're valued rather than feared. You're someone who belongs here, Dr. Emma added, for as long as you need or want to stay. The offer hit Harry like a physical blow. Belonging, safety, the chance to develop his abilities rather than suppress them. It was everything he'd never dared to hope for, offered so casually that it seemed almost too good to be true. You don't even know me, he protested. You don't know what I might do, or how much trouble I might cause, or whether I'm worth the risk. Harry, Hermione said, closing her book and giving him the full force of her attention. Do you know what I did the first time someone at school called me a know-it-all and told me I was too weird to have friends? Harry shook his head. I made every piece of playground equipment in the schoolyard rearrange itself into a perfect geometric pattern. Swings, slides, monkey bars, everything. It took the maintenance crew 3 days to put it all back where it belonged. Hermione's expression was matter-of-fact, but Harry could see the old hurt lingering in her eyes. My parents didn't send me away. They didn't tell me I was dangerous or that I needed to be fixed. They took me out for ice cream and told me that sometimes extraordinary people have to work a little harder to find other extraordinary people who understand them. Which, Dr. Dan said with a smile, appears to be exactly what happened this morning. Harry looked around the kitchen table at these 3 people who seemed to think his welfare was worth protecting and his potential was worth nurturing. It was the closest thing to a family he'd ever experienced, and they'd known him for less than an hour. What about the law? He asked, because there had to be a catch somewhere. Don't you have to turn me in or something? Report me to social services? Actually, Dr. Emma said, we've been researching that too. There appear to be some very interesting legal precedents regarding children with unusual abilities, specialized departments that handle cases like yours, people who understand that placing a magical child in a non-magical household can constitute a form of institutional abuse. Magical, Harry said again, still trying to wrap his mind around the idea that what he could do had a name, a history, a community of people who understood it. There's so much we could teach you, Hermione said, her eyes bright with the kind of enthusiasm she brought to particularly challenging academic problems. Basic control techniques, theory behind magical manifestation, historical context for what we're capable of. I've been dying to have someone to compare notes with. And in the meantime, Dr. Dan said, you need proper medical attention, adequate nutrition, and a safe place to sleep while we sort out the legal aspects of your situation. The guest room has excellent natural light, Dr. Emma added, perfect for someone who's been spending too much time in dark, confined spaces. They were talking about his future, like it was something worth planning, something worth investing in, like he was a person whose well-being mattered enough to inconvenience themselves over. Harry had never experienced anything like it. "I don't understand why you're being so nice to me," he said finally. "I don't understand what you get out of helping someone you don't even know." Dr. Dan exchanged a look with his wife, one of those wordless communications that seemed to happen between people who'd known each other for a long time and shared the same fundamental values. "Harry," Dr. Emma said gently, "we're being nice to you because you're a child who needs help, and we're adults who are in a position to provide that help. We don't need to get anything out of it beyond the knowledge that we've done what we could for someone who needed it. Besides," Hermione added with a grin that was pure mischief, "I've been working on some advanced levitation techniques that I could really use help testing. Having another person with magical abilities around would be extremely useful for my research." For the first time in longer than he could remember, Harry found himself smiling back, not the careful, placating expressions he'd learned to use around the Dursleys, but a real smile that came from somewhere deep in his chest and felt like sunshine breaking through clouds. "I'd like that," he said simply. "I'd like that very much." "Excellent," Dr. Dan said, standing up with the brisk efficiency of someone who'd made a decision and was ready to act on it. "Emma, why don't you get Harry settled in the guest room and take a proper look at those injuries? I'll make some phone calls about the legal situation." "What kind of phone calls?" Harry asked, sudden anxiety spiking through the warm comfort he'd been feeling. "The kind that ensure no one can force you back into a situation where you're being mistreated, Doctor," Emma said firmly. "The kind that make sure you have advocates who understand what you're dealing with and legal protections that recognize your unique circumstances. The kind that make sure you never have to sleep in a cupboard again," Hermione added with fierce certainty. As they led him upstairs toward what they casually referred to as his room, Harry found himself marveling at how quickly his world had changed. 12 hours ago, he'd been a prisoner in his own home, listening to his relatives plan his disposal like he was a broken appliance. Now he was being welcomed into a family that treated his abilities as gifts and his welfare as something worth protecting. The guest room was bright and warm, with a real bed and windows that actually opened onto a garden where flowers grew in orderly profusion. There were bookshelves along one wall, already stocked with texts that Harry suspected might be exactly the sort of advanced reading material that Hermione seemed to devour for entertainment. "The bathroom is just down the hall," Dr. Emma said, showing him around the space with the kind of practical efficiency that suggested she'd thought through all the details of making someone feel at home. "Clean towels in the linen closet, and I'll find you some clothes that actually fit while you're getting cleaned up." Harry sat on the edge of the bed and tried to process the surreal turn his life had taken. The mattress was soft and yielding, nothing like the thin pallet he'd been accustomed to in his cupboard. The room smelled like lavender and sunshine instead of dust and confinement. Through the window, he could see Hermione in the garden below, apparently engaged in making several potted plants rearrange themselves while she consulted what looked like a thick textbook on botanical theory. Magic, Harry thought, watching her work with the same intense focus she brought to everything that interested her. They called it magic, and they thought it was wonderful rather than frightening. For the first time in his life, Harry allowed himself to imagine what it might be like to develop his abilities instead of hiding them, to learn control and technique instead of suppression and shame, to be valued for what made him different rather than punished for it. It was an intoxicating possibility, and as he sat in his sunlit room, listening to the distant sounds of people who cared about his welfare making plans for his future, Harry thought that maybe, just maybe, he might finally have found the family he'd never known he was looking for. The afternoon stretched ahead of him, full of conversations about magic and legal protections and the sort of proper care that people who mattered deserved. For the first time in his 8 years of life, Harry found himself looking forward to tomorrow. The realization that Harry Potter had vanished from Privet Drive came to Albus Dumbledore not through any sophisticated magical monitoring system, but through the frantic knocking of Mrs. Arabella Figg on the gates of Hogwarts at 6:30 in the morning. The elderly woman stood in the early dawn light, her collection of cats swirling around her ankles in obvious agitation, clutching a hastily scrawled note that she thrust toward the headmaster the moment he appeared in the castle's entrance hall. "He's gone," she said, without preamble, her voice tight with the kind of controlled panic that came from years of watching a situation deteriorate while being powerless to intervene. "Harry Potter vanished sometime in the night. The Dursleys didn't even notice until this morning when Vernon went to let him out for his daily chores." Dumbledore's expression shifted through several complex emotions in the space of a heartbeat. Surprise gave way to concern, which was quickly replaced by the kind of careful calculation that suggested he was already formulating responses to a dozen potential scenarios. "Gone how?" he asked, taking the note from Mrs. Figg's trembling fingers and scanning its contents with the speed of someone accustomed to processing crisis information quickly. Cupboard door was open, window latch broken from the inside. No sign of forced entry from outside, Mrs. Figg reported, with the precision of someone who'd been observing and documenting for years. Vernon is convinced it's some sort of magical accident, but Petunia thinks he might have actually run away. "What is your assessment?" Dumbledore asked, though something in his tone suggested he already suspected what the answer would be. Mrs. Figg's expression darkened in a way that spoke to months of accumulated frustration and carefully suppressed outrage. "My assessment, Albus, is that we should have intervened months ago when I started reporting the extent of their treatment. My assessment is that an 8-year-old boy doesn't vanish from a locked cupboard in the middle of the night unless he's reached a point of desperation that no child should ever have to experience." The accusation hung between them like a challenge, and Dumbledore had the grace to look genuinely uncomfortable under the weight of it. "The blood protections. Don't you dare!" Mrs. Figg interrupted with more venom than Dumbledore had ever heard from her. "Don't you dare stand there and talk to me about blood protections when that child has been systematically brutalized by the very people those protections were meant to work through. I've been sending you reports for months about locked cupboards and missed meals and casual cruelty that would make your beard curl. When did you last actually verify the boy's well-being with your own eyes?" The silence that followed was answer enough. "I see," Mrs. Figg said, with the bitter satisfaction of someone whose worst suspicions had been confirmed. "You've been so focused on your grand strategy that you forgot to check whether the child you're trying to protect was actually surviving the protection you imposed on him. Arabella. No, Albus. You listen to me now. That boy has been failed by every adult who was supposed to care about his welfare. His relatives treated him like a dangerous animal. You treated him like a strategic asset. And I've been sitting here for years watching it happen because you convinced me it was for the greater good." Mrs. Figg's voice cracked with the weight of accumulated guilt and rage. "Well, the greater good is an 8-year-old boy who was so desperate to escape his protectors that he managed to break out of a locked cupboard in the middle of the night. How's that for your precious plan?" The criticism hit its mark with devastating accuracy. Dumbledore aged visibly under the assault, his shoulders sagging, as if the weight of his choices was finally settling on them fully. "What do you propose we do?" he asked quietly. "We find him," Mrs. Figg said with grim determination. "We find him, and then we figure out how to give him what he should have had from the beginning. A family that actually wants him. Safety that doesn't come with conditions. The chance to grow up without having to perform gratitude for the privilege of existing. I'll contact McGonagall and Hagrid immediately," Dumbledore said, already moving toward his office with the purposeful stride of someone shifting into crisis management mode. "If Harry has indeed run away, he can't have gotten far. An 8-year-old boy with no resources, an 8-year-old boy with increasingly powerful accidental magic, and 8 years of accumulated trauma," Mrs. Figg corrected sharply. Don't underestimate what desperation can accomplish, Albus, especially when it's combined with abilities that respond to emotional extremes. As if summoned by the mention of her name, Professor McGonagall appeared in the entrance hall with the brisk efficiency that characterized all her movements. Her tartan robes were perfectly pressed despite the early hour, and her expression suggested she'd been awake for some time. "Arabella," she said with genuine warmth, then turned to Dumbledore with considerably less enthusiasm. "I received your message. Harry Potter is missing?" "Since sometime last night," Dumbledore confirmed. Mrs. Figg discovered his absence this morning when she noticed unusual levels of distress among her cats. McGonagall's expression shifted to something that might have been described as thunderous. "And how exactly does an 8-year-old boy vanish from what we've been assured are secure premises under careful surveillance?" The pointed way she asked the question suggested that she, like Mrs. Figg, had been harboring serious doubts about the Dursley arrangement for some time. "The cupboard door was found open," Mrs. Figg said before Dumbledore could respond. "Window latch broken from inside. No sign of external interference." "Cupboard," McGonagall repeated, her voice dropping to a tone that suggested imminent violence. "Harry Potter has been sleeping in a cupboard?" The silence that followed was eloquent. "How long?" McGonagall asked with deadly quiet. "Since he was placed with them," Mrs. Figg admitted reluctantly. "I've been reporting the conditions to Dumbledore for months. The locked doors, the restricted food access, the casual verbal abuse, the physical punishment for any sign of accidental magic." McGonagall turned to Dumbledore with an expression that could have melted steel. "You knew about this. You knew they were keeping him in a cupboard, and you did nothing. The blood protections are useless if the child dies of neglect or abuse before Voldemort has a chance to find him," McGonagall snapped. "What possible good do your precious protections do if Harry Potter doesn't survive to benefit from them?" "The situation was being monitored," Dumbledore said weakly. "By whom? A squib with a handful of cats who was specifically instructed not to interfere?" McGonagall's accent was sharpening with her temper, a sure sign that her legendary self-control was beginning to fray. "Albus, that boy has been tortured for 8 years by the people you personally placed him with. Tortured, and you did nothing to stop it." You thought wrong," McGonagall said with finality. "And now we have an 8-year-old wizard, traumatized and desperate, wandering around Surrey with no supervision and no guidance. Do you have any idea what kind of magical accidents we might be looking at?" Before Dumbledore could respond, the great doors of the castle burst open to admit Hagrid, his massive frame silhouetted against the growing daylight. His usually cheerful expression was grim with worry, and his coat was damp with dew, suggesting he'd been out searching since before dawn. "Any sign of him?" McGonagall asked immediately. "Nothing," Hagrid reported, his voice heavy with distress. "Been all round little whinging, checked every park and playground, asked every early morning dog walker I could find. No one's seen a small boy matching Harry's description." "What about magical traces?" Dumbledore asked. "Any sign of accidental magic that might indicate his presence?" Hagrid's expression darkened further. "Oh, there's been accidental magic all right, strong enough to rattle windows 3 streets over. But it happened 2 nights ago. Not last night. Right around the time young Harry would have been breaking out of wherever they'd locked him up." The admission fell into the conversation like a stone into still water, sending ripples of implication through the assembled adults. 2 nights ago," McGonagall repeated slowly. "You mean he's been missing for over 48 hours? And no one noticed?" "The Dursleys thought he was still locked in his cupboard," Mrs. Figg said, with the kind of bitter irony that suggested she'd long since stopped being surprised by their capacity for negligence. "Apparently they don't actually check on his welfare unless they need him to perform some service." "Sweet Merlin," Hagrid breathed, sinking into one of the entrance hall's massive chairs with a weight that seemed to encompass more than just his physical bulk. 2 days. An 8-year-old boy, out on his own for 2 days. An 8-year-old wizard, McGonagall corrected grimly, with no training in magical control and 8 years of accumulated trauma that's been building pressure like water behind a dam. The potential for magical accidents alone is the least of our concerns right now, Dumbledore interrupted, though his tone suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as the others. Harry is a resourceful child. He's survived worse circumstances than a few days on his own. The look McGonagall gave him could have frozen fire. He's survived worse circumstances because he had no other choice. That doesn't mean we should be satisfied with forcing him to continue surviving them. What about the authorities? Mrs. Figg asked. Muggle police? Social services? Surely they would be involved in the disappearance of a child? Hagrid shook his massive head. Talked to a few people while I was searching. Far as the Muggle authorities know, nothing's happened. Dursleys haven't reported him missing. The implications of that statement settled over the group like a suffocating blanket. They haven't reported their missing nephew to the police, McGonagall said, with the kind of controlled fury that suggested she was seriously considering whether murder might be justified under certain circumstances. Vernon told the neighbours that Harry's visiting other relatives for the summer, Mrs. Figg said quietly. Apparently they've been planning this story for weeks, in case they decided to make other arrangements. Other arrangements, Dumbledore repeated, and there was something in his voice that suggested he was beginning to understand the full scope of his miscalculation. An institution, Mrs. Figg clarified with brutal honesty, a place for children with behavioral problems. They've been discussing it openly since the incident with the birthday party, talking about Harry like he's a defective appliance that needs to be disposed of properly. The silence that followed was thick with implications. Each adult in the entrance hall was grappling with the reality that their assumptions about Harry's situation had been not just wrong, but catastrophically inadequate. We need to expand the search, McGonagall said finally, her voice carrying the brisk efficiency that suggested she was taking charge whether anyone liked it or not. Contact the Order members in Surrey and London. Send word to St. Mungo's in case he's been injured and sought help. Alert the Ministry's Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures in case his accidental magic has attracted attention. Minerva, Dumbledore began, but she cut him off with a gesture that brooked no argument. No, Albus, you've had your chance to manage this situation, and the result is a missing child who was driven to desperate measures by the very people you insisted would protect him. I'm taking over the search, and I'm doing it my way. Which is? Hagrid asked, looking between the two professors with the expression of someone who'd seen this particular battle before, but had never seen McGonagall win quite so decisively, thoroughly, immediately, and with the understanding that our first priority is Harry's safety and well-being, not the preservation of some abstract blood protection that has already failed in its most fundamental purpose. McGonagall's expression was granite hard with determination. We find him, we get him proper medical and psychological care, and then we figure out a living situation that actually serves his needs, rather than some theoretical, strategic advantage. The blood protections failed the moment Harry reached a point of desperation that drove him to escape into the night, rather than endure another day in that house, McGonagall said with finality. You can't protect someone who's being destroyed by the very mechanism you're using to protect them. As the adults continued their urgent planning, none of them noticed the small figure watching from the shadows of a nearby corridor. Dobby the house elf had been cleaning the castle's entrance hall when the crisis meeting began, and he'd remained hidden as the full scope of Harry Potter's situation became clear. The great Harry Potter, the boy who had saved the wizarding world, had been treated worse than Dobby himself had ever been treated. The boy who was supposed to be protected and cherished had been locked in cupboards and starved and called names that made Dobby's ears burn with sympathetic outrage. But more importantly, Harry Potter was missing, alone somewhere in the wide world, with no protection and no guidance, and no one who understood what he was going through. Dobby made a decision. While the adults argued about search strategies and magical traces and proper procedures, Dobby simply closed his eyes and focused on the unique magical signature that belonged to Harry Potter. Every wizard had a distinct magical presence, as recognizable to those who knew how to look as a fingerprint was to Muggle investigators, and Harry Potter's magical signature was blazing like a beacon from somewhere in the direction of London, bright with power and surprisingly stable for someone who was supposed to be in crisis. More interesting still, that signature was entangled with another one. A different magical presence, younger and less developed, but remarkably controlled for someone who was clearly untrained. Harry Potter wasn't alone. Dobby opened his eyes and smiled for the first time in weeks. The great Harry Potter had found another young wizard to share his burden. Perhaps the boy who lived was finally learning what it meant to have friends who understood him. But the adults in the entrance hall were still arguing about blood protections and strategic considerations and proper channels for reporting missing children. They were thinking like wizards and strategists and politicians. They weren't thinking like house elves who understood that sometimes the most important magic was the magic of finding a family where you least expected it. Dobby snapped his fingers quietly and disappeared, off to conduct his own investigation into Harry Potter's new circumstances. If the boy who had saved them all had finally found people who treated him with the kindness he deserved, then Dobby was going to make very sure that nothing and no one interfered with that miraculous development, even if it meant keeping certain information from the adults who thought they knew what was best for everyone. Meanwhile, in a comfortable kitchen 20 miles away, Harry Potter was learning what it felt like to have people fuss over his well-being, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. Dr. Emma Granger was documenting his injuries with the methodical precision of someone building an unassailable case, while her husband made phone calls to colleagues who specialized in exactly the sort of complex legal situations that arose when magical children intersected with Muggle protective services. And Hermione was teaching him how to make his magic respond to intention rather than emotion, showing him exercises she'd developed for controlling accidental magical manifestations. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged. The adults searching for him would figure that out eventually. But for now, he was safe, wanted, and learning that the abilities that had made him a target for punishment might actually be gifts worth celebrating. It was, he thought, as he successfully levitated a pencil for 30 full seconds under Hermione's encouraging guidance, exactly the kind of magic he'd been hoping for all along. The transformation of the Granger household into an unofficial magical academy happened with the same methodical efficiency that seemed to characterize everything the family undertook. Within 48 hours of Harry's arrival, what had once been a comfortable suburban home had evolved into something that resembled a cross between a research laboratory and a training facility for young wizards. Dr. Dan had converted his home office into what he cheerfully referred to as the Magical Theory Library, filling it with texts that ranged from academic papers on unexplained phenomena to folklore collections that contained surprisingly accurate information about magical practices. Dr. Emma had transformed her study into a medical monitoring station, complete with equipment for tracking the physiological effects of magical exertion and detailed charts documenting Harry's recovery from months of systematic malnutrition and abuse. And the back garden, which had once been a perfectly ordinary patch of suburban landscaping, now served as an outdoor laboratory where 2 8-year-old children could practice magic without worrying about explaining away broken furniture or mysteriously rearranged household items. Harry found himself marveling at how quickly the impossible had become routine. 3 days ago, the idea that adults might react to magical accidents with scientific curiosity rather than punishment had been inconceivable. Now he was sitting in the garden sunshine, while Hermione explained the theoretical foundations of controlled magical manifestation as if it were just another subject to be mastered through careful study and practice. The key, Hermione was saying, consulting what appeared to be a handwritten compilation of notes from a dozen different sources, seems to be the relationship between emotional state and magical output. Most accidental magic happens during periods of high stress or strong emotion because the magical energy is looking for an outlet and finds one through whatever's most immediately available. Like windows exploding when someone's trying to drown you, Harry said, remembering the birthday party incident with a mixture of satisfaction and lingering terror. Exactly. But if you can learn to channel that energy consciously, you can maintain control even when you're upset or frightened. Hermione demonstrated by picking up a small potted plant and making it levitate in a slow, steady circle around her head. I used to have terrible problems with accidental magic whenever I got frustrated. Books would rearrange themselves, pencils would write by themselves, and once I made every flower in a garden bloom simultaneously because I was sad about summer ending. What changed? Harry asked, watching the plant orbit Hermione's head with perfect control. Practice, theory. Understanding what I was actually doing instead of just letting it happen. Hermione guided the plant back to its original position with the same casual precision she brought to everything that interested her. Mum and Dad started treating it like any other skill I wanted to develop. Piano lessons, mathematics tutoring, magical control exercises, just another area where their daughter showed aptitude that needed proper guidance. The casual way she said it made Harry's chest tight with something that might have been envy. The idea that parents could react to their child's unusual abilities with support and encouragement rather than fear and punishment was still so foreign that he found himself struggling to believe it, even when he was living in the middle of it. "Try it," Hermione said, pushing another potted plant toward him across the garden table they'd claimed as their outdoor classroom. "Start small. Focus on what you want to happen instead of just letting the magic respond to whatever you're feeling." Harry looked at the plant dubiously. His magical experiences had all been involuntary responses to crisis situations. The idea that he could consciously direct that same energy seemed both thrilling and terrifying. "What if I break something?" he asked. "What if I make it explode or catch fire or turn into something weird?" "Then we'll figure out what went wrong and try again," Hermione said, with the matter-of-fact confidence of someone who'd clearly had this conversation with herself many times. That's how learning works. You try things. Some of them don't work the way you expected, and then you adjust your approach based on what you observed. "But what will your parents think if I accidentally destroy their garden?" "They'll think you're learning, Doctor," Emma said from behind them, appearing with a tray of sandwiches and cold drinks that suggested she'd been monitoring their progress from the kitchen window. "They'll also think that some scorch marks and rearranged landscaping are a small price to pay for watching you discover what you're capable of." She settled the tray on their table with a smile that was warm and entirely lacking in the nervous tension that Harry had learned to watch for in adult expressions. "How's the theoretical foundation coming along?" "Harry's ready to try conscious control," Hermione reported with the enthusiasm she brought to particularly promising academic developments. "I've explained the relationship between emotional state and magical output, and we've been discussing focus techniques." "Excellent, Doctor," Emma said, settling into one of the garden chairs with the comfortable ease of someone who genuinely enjoyed watching her daughter's educational pursuits. "Harry, how are you feeling about attempting controlled magic?" The question was asked with the same clinical interest she'd shown when documenting his injuries, but without any of the judgment that Harry had learned to expect from adult inquiries about his magical incidents. "Nervous," he admitted honestly. "Every time I've done magic before, it's been because I was scared or angry, and I couldn't control what happened. I broke things or hurt people or made messes that got me in trouble." "Those weren't magical failures, Doctor," Emma said firmly. "Those were the predictable result of a child with natural magical abilities being placed in an environment where those abilities were suppressed and punished instead of guided and developed. It's like trying to learn to play piano while someone's hitting your hands with a ruler every time you touch the keys. Hermione added with the kind of analogy that suggested she'd been thinking about this comparison for some time. Of course you're going to make mistakes and have accidents. You were never given the chance to learn properly. The comparison was so apt that Harry found himself laughing for the first time in longer than he could remember. Not the careful, calculated responses he'd learned to produce when the Dursleys expected him to be grateful for their minimal efforts, but genuine amusement that bubbled up from somewhere deep in his chest. "All right," he said, reaching for the potted plant with hands that were only slightly trembling. "How do I start?" "Close your eyes," Hermione instructed, slipping into what Harry was beginning to recognize as her teaching voice. "Feel for that energy inside you, the thing that makes the magic happen." Harry closed his eyes and tried to identify what she was talking about. For a moment, there was nothing but the familiar sensations of sunshine on his face and the comfortable sounds of a family garden in mid-afternoon. Then, gradually, he became aware of something else. A warmth that seemed to originate somewhere in his chest and spread outward through his arms and fingers. It was the same sensation he'd felt during every magical incident, but without the accompanying fear or anger that had always accompanied it before. "I think I feel it," he said softly. "Good. Now think about what you want to happen. Don't worry about how it's going to happen. Just focus on the end result you're aiming for." Harry pictured the plant rising gently from the table and hovering in the air the way Hermione's had done. Just a few inches, nothing dramatic or dangerous. Simple levitation, controlled and precise. The warmth in his chest intensified, flowing down his arms and into his hands like water finding a channel, and the plant, to his amazement and delight, rose smoothly from the table and held steady in the air exactly where he'd imagined it. "Brilliant!" Hermione breathed, and the genuine excitement in her voice made Harry's concentration waver for a moment, before he managed to steady both himself and the floating plant. "How long can you hold it?" Dr. Emma asked, with professional curiosity. "I don't know," Harry admitted, focusing on maintaining the gentle flow of energy that kept the plant aloft. "It doesn't feel difficult. More like—" he struggled to find the right words. "Like holding a door open instead of trying to break it down." The analogy was more accurate than he'd realized. The frantic, destructive magic that had characterized his previous experiences had been like trying to force his way through barriers with raw power. This was different. This was cooperation between his intention and his abilities, a partnership rather than a battle. He held the plant steady for nearly 2 minutes before gently lowering it back to the table, marveling at how controlled and precise the entire process had felt. "That was incredible," he said, staring at his hands as if they belonged to someone else entirely. "I've never been able to make magic do exactly what I wanted it to do before." "That's because you've never had the chance to learn how, Doctor," Dan said, emerging from the house with a book tucked under his arm and an expression of deep satisfaction on his face. "I've just gotten off the phone with some very interesting people." "What kind of interesting people?" Dr. Emma asked, though her tone suggested she was expecting good news. "The kind who specialize in legal advocacy for children with unusual circumstances," Dr. Dan said, settling into one of the garden chairs with the air of someone who had accomplished something significant. "The kind who understand that placing a magical child in an environment where their abilities are systematically suppressed can constitute a form of institutional abuse." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. Legal advocacy meant lawyers, which meant courts, which meant the possibility that adults with official authority might decide his fate based on considerations that had nothing to do with his actual welfare. "What did you tell them?" he asked carefully. "The truth, Doctor," Dan said simply, "that we're currently providing emergency shelter to a child who was subjected to systematic abuse by his legal guardians, and that we need guidance on the proper procedures for ensuring his continued safety and well-being." "And what did they say?" Dr. Dan's smile was the sort that suggested he'd received exactly the response he'd been hoping for. "They said that, given the documented evidence of abuse, and the specialized nature of Harry's circumstances, there are legal precedents for placing him in the care of families who are qualified to meet his unique needs. "Families like yours?" Hermione asked, with the kind of hopeful expression that suggested she'd been thinking about the possibilities of this conversation for some time. "Families exactly like ours, Doctor," Emma confirmed, provided, of course, that Harry would be comfortable with such an arrangement. The question hung in the air like a challenge, and Harry found himself struggling to process the implications. They were offering him more than just temporary shelter or emergency assistance. They were offering him a permanent place in their family, with people who understood his abilities and valued his potential. "You would want to keep me?" he asked, and he could hear the desperate hunger in his own voice. "Even knowing what I can do. Even knowing that I might have magical accidents or cause problems or bring attention from people you don't want to deal with?" "Harry, Doctor," Dan said gently, "we've spent the past 3 days watching you blossom under the kind of support and guidance that every child deserves. We've seen you learn to control abilities that were previously chaotic and frightening. We've watched you discover what you're capable of when you're not constantly defending yourself against people who treat your gifts as threats. More than that," Dr. Emma added, "we've seen how much happier Hermione is when she has someone who understands what she's dealing with. Having another magical child in the house hasn't been a burden. It's been a blessing." Harry looked at Hermione, who was nodding enthusiastically, while simultaneously making small objects around the garden rearrange themselves in complex geometric patterns. "Having someone to compare notes with has been amazing," she said with characteristic honesty. "I've learned more about magical theory in the past 3 days than I had in the previous 3 years of trying to figure things out on my own." "What about the legal aspects?" Harry asked, because he'd learned over the past 8 years that adult promises were only as good as the systems that supported them. "What about my relatives? What about the people who placed me with them in the first place?" "Those are exactly the questions we're going to be addressing with our legal advocates," Dr. Dan said. "But the preliminary assessment is very encouraging. Given the documented evidence of systematic abuse and the specialized nature of your needs, there are strong precedents for removing you from an unsuitable placement and finding you a family that can actually meet your requirements. And in the meantime, Doctor," Emma added, "you're safe here. You're fed, sheltered, and surrounded by people who think your abilities are remarkable rather than frightening. Whatever legal processes need to happen, they'll happen from a position of strength rather than crisis." Harry felt something that might have been hope beginning to unfurl in his chest. The idea that he might not have to go back to the Dursleys, that he might actually be able to stay with people who understood and valued what he was, seemed too good to be true. But looking around the garden where he'd just successfully performed controlled magic for the first time in his life, surrounded by people who treated his welfare as a matter of genuine concern, Harry thought that maybe, just maybe, some things that seemed too good to be true actually turned out to be exactly what they appeared to be. "There is one more thing we need to discuss, Doctor," Dan said, opening the book he'd brought out from the house. "Our research has uncovered some very interesting information about formal magical education." "What kind of formal magical education?" Hermione asked, immediately alert to any mention of new learning opportunities. "There appears to be a boarding school in Scotland called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Dr. Dan said, consulting his notes. "It's specifically designed for children with magical abilities, and according to our sources, Harry should be receiving his acceptance letter when he turns 11. "A whole school for people like us?" Harry asked, trying to imagine what such a place might be like. "Apparently so. The institution has been operating for over 1,000 years, training young wizards and witches in both the theory and practice of magic." "Doctor," Dan's expression suggested he found the historical implications fascinating from an academic perspective. "The question is whether attending such a school would be in Harry's best interests, given his particular circumstances." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, though something in the careful way Dr. Dan phrased the question suggested there were considerations he hadn't thought of. "We mean, Doctor," Emma said gently, "that you've spent the past 8 years being failed by adults who were supposed to have your best interests at heart. Before we hand you over to another institution, even one that's specifically designed for magical children, we want to make sure it's actually equipped to provide the kind of support and guidance you need. We also want to make sure," Hermione added, with the kind of fierce protectiveness that surprised Harry with its intensity, "that they understand you're part of our family now. That any educational decisions need to be made with our input and support, not imposed on you by people who think they know what's best based on abstract principles." The casual way she said it, as if Harry's membership in their family was simply an established fact rather than something that needed to be negotiated or earned, made his throat tight with emotions he couldn't name. "You really mean it," he said softly. "You really want me to stay?" "Harry, Doctor," Emma said with the gentle firmness she brought to all her important pronouncements. "3 days ago, you were a traumatized child with no resources and no advocates, running away from people who treated you like a burden to be disposed of. Today, you're our son, learning to develop extraordinary abilities in an environment where those abilities are valued and celebrated." "That transformation didn't happen by accident," Dr. Dan added. "It happened because you found exactly the family you needed, and we found exactly the son we'd been hoping for." Harry looked around the garden where he'd just accomplished his first successful act of controlled magic, surrounded by people who treated his welfare as a priority and his potential as something worth nurturing. For the first time in his 8 years of life, he felt like he was exactly where he belonged. The afternoon sun was warm on his face, and beside him, Hermione was already making plans for tomorrow's magical education session, apparently taking it for granted that he would be here to participate in whatever learning opportunities she had in mind. It was, Harry thought, as he successfully levitated 3 different objects simultaneously, under Hermione's encouraging guidance, exactly the kind of magic he'd been hoping for all along. Not the destructive, chaotic energy that had characterized his previous magical experiences, but something controlled and purposeful and shared with people who understood exactly what it meant to be different in ways that others might not appreciate. He was home. Finally, impossibly, completely home. And tomorrow, they would continue building the kind of magical education that was designed to help him flourish rather than merely survive. It was more than he'd ever dared to hope for, and exactly what he'd needed without even knowing he was looking for it. The morning that changed everything began like any other in the Granger household. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through windows that he was allowed to open whenever he pleased, in a room that belonged to him for as long as he wanted it, surrounded by the comfortable sounds of a family that actually wanted him there. He'd been with the Grangers for 2 weeks now, and the nightmares were finally beginning to fade. Dr. Emma had explained that his sleep disturbances were a normal response to prolonged trauma, and that feeling safe enough to sleep deeply was actually a sign that his mind was beginning to heal. She'd said it with the same matter-of-fact professionalism she brought to everything, as if helping traumatized children recover was simply another area where she happened to have expertise. Harry was getting dressed when he heard Hermione's voice from the garden, sharp with excitement and what sounded like alarm. "Mum! Dad! There are people in our front garden, and I don't think they're here about dental emergencies." Harry froze, one sock half on, as the familiar ice-cold panic began spreading through his chest. People in the front garden could mean social services, which could mean questions he couldn't answer. Or worse, it could mean the Dursleys had finally reported him missing, and someone had come to drag him back to Privet Drive and the cupboard under the stairs. But before the panic could fully take hold, he heard Dr. Dan's voice from downstairs, calm and reassuring in the way that suggested he'd been expecting this possibility and had plans for dealing with it. "Harry, doctors," Dan called up the stairs. "Could you come down, please? There are some people here who'd like to speak with you. Don't worry, Everything's going to be fine." Harry pulled on his other sock and made his way downstairs on legs that felt less steady than they had a few minutes ago. The sight that greeted him in the Granger living room was unlike anything he could have imagined. 3 adults stood in the comfortable space that had become his favorite room in the house, and none of them looked like any social worker or police officer Harry had ever seen. The tall woman with severe features and greying hair pulled back in a tight bun was wearing what appeared to be emerald green robes, as if she'd stepped out of a historical drama about medieval academics. The enormous man beside her was so large that he made the Granger living room seem suddenly cramped, with wild hair and a coat that looked like it had been sewn together from several different animals. But it was the third figure that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. The elderly man with the long silver beard and half-moon spectacles was exactly the sort of person who appeared in fairy tales, as the wise wizard who arrived just when the hero needed guidance most. His blue eyes, which seemed to hold depths of knowledge and sadness in equal measure, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him feel exposed in ways he couldn't quite articulate. "Harry Potter," the man said, and his voice carried the weight of someone who had been carrying heavy responsibilities for far longer than anyone should have to. "We've been looking for you." "Doctor." Emma moved to stand beside Harry with the subtle protectiveness that had become second nature to her over the past 2 weeks. "And you are?" "Professor Albus Dumbledore," the elderly man replied, with a slight bow that managed to be both courteous and somehow condescending. "Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. These are my colleagues, Professor McGonagall and Hagrid." "The magical school," Hermione said from her position near the garden door, where she'd apparently been keeping watch for additional visitors. "We've been researching it." Professor McGonagall's eyebrows rose in a way that suggested this was not the response she'd been expecting. "You know about Hogwarts?" "We know quite a lot of things, Doctor," Dan said with the polite firmness he used when dealing with people who seemed to think they had automatic authority over his family's decisions. "We know about the magical community. We know about the systematic abuse Harry has endured at the hands of his previous guardians, and we know about the apparent failure of whatever oversight was supposed to ensure his welfare." The words fell into the conversation like stones into still water, sending ripples of implication through the assembled adults. Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly, the grandfatherly warmth giving way to something more guarded. "I see that you've been misinformed about the circumstances of Harry's placement with his relatives." "Have we, Doctor?" Emma asked, with the clinical precision she brought to diagnostic challenges. "Because the evidence we've documented suggests systematic physical and emotional abuse spanning multiple years. Evidence that would be admissible in any court proceeding. The Dursleys were chosen specifically because of their blood relation to Harry's mother," Dumbledore explained, with the patient tone of someone accustomed to having his decisions accepted without question. "This connection provides magical protections that failed utterly to protect him from being locked in cupboards, starved, and treated like a dangerous animal," Dr. Dan interrupted with uncharacteristic sharpness. "Whatever theoretical protections you believed you were providing, Professor, they were meaningless in the face of the actual abuse Harry was experiencing." Harry found himself caught between fascination and terror as he watched the adults discuss his life like it was a complex problem requiring careful analysis. The magical people clearly expected to be treated as authorities whose decisions wouldn't be questioned. The Grangers were responding with the same methodical precision they brought to any situation where someone's welfare was at stake. "Harry," Professor McGonagall said, focusing her attention on him directly for the first time, "are you unharmed? Are these people treating you well?" The question was asked with genuine concern, but there was something in her tone that suggested she was expecting a specific type of answer. "They're treating me like family," Harry said simply. "Like I matter. Like the things I can do are gifts instead of problems." Professor McGonagall's expression softened in a way that transformed her entire face. "I'm very glad to hear that. We've been extremely concerned about your welfare. Concerned enough to ignore months of reports about his living conditions? Doctor, Emma asked, with the kind of pointed directness that suggested she'd done her research thoroughly. Because we've discovered some very interesting information about the oversight that was supposed to ensure Harry's safety. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened behind his spectacles. I'm not sure what you believe you've discovered, but we've discovered that a woman named Arabella Figg has been filing regular reports about Harry's treatment for years, Dr. Dan said, with the satisfaction of someone presenting evidence that couldn't be disputed. Reports that detailed systematic abuse, neglect, and what could reasonably be described as imprisonment. Reports that were apparently ignored in favor of maintaining some theoretical magical protection. The silence that followed was thick with implications. Mrs. Figg was instructed to monitor Harry's safety, Dumbledore said carefully, not to interfere with the family dynamics that— Family dynamics, Hermione repeated, with the kind of incredulous indignation that suggested she'd been following this conversation very carefully indeed. You call systematic child abuse family dynamics? Young lady, Dumbledore began with the slightly patronizing tone adults often used when addressing precocious children. There are aspects of this situation that you cannot possibly understand. I understand that Harry was being tortured by people who were supposed to care for him, Hermione said, with fierce clarity. I understand that the adults who were supposed to protect him failed completely. And I understand that he's been safe, happy, and learning to control his abilities properly since he found people who actually care about his welfare. Hermione raises an excellent point, Doctor, Emma said with maternal pride. Harry has made remarkable progress in the time he's been with us. His magical control has improved dramatically, his physical health has stabilized, and he's beginning to recover from years of psychological trauma. Whatever arrangements you had in place before, they clearly weren't working. Hagrid, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke up. Harry, you look good. Healthy. Better than I've ever seen you look, if I'm honest. There was something in his voice that suggested he was struggling with conflicting loyalties, and Harry found himself warming to the enormous man despite his association with people who had apparently failed to protect him for years. I feel better than I ever have, Harry said honestly. I'm learning things about magic that I never knew were possible. I have people who care about whether I'm safe and happy and learning. I have a sister who understands what it's like to have abilities that other people don't understand. The casual way he referred to Hermione as his sister made something shift in Professor McGonagall's expression. Harry, Dumbledore said gently, while I'm pleased that you've found temporary safety here, there are larger considerations that must be taken into account. Your education, your place in the magical community, your preparation for the responsibilities that await you. What responsibilities? Doctor, Dan asked sharply. Harry is 8 years old. His only responsibilities should be recovering from trauma, learning to control his abilities, and experiencing the kind of childhood that every child deserves. Harry is not just any child, Dumbledore said, with the weight of someone carrying knowledge that others couldn't understand. His circumstances are unique, and they require guidance from people who understand the magical world and the challenges he will face. Challenges like being systematically abused by his guardians while the people responsible for his welfare look the other way? Dr. Emma asked with surgical precision. The blood protections were necessary. The blood protections were a failure, Professor McGonagall interrupted with sudden intensity. Albus, look at him. Really look at him. He's been with these people for 2 weeks, and he looks healthier and happier than he has in his entire life. Whatever theoretical advantages the Dursley placement might have provided, they were meaningless if Harry didn't survive to benefit from them. The support from an unexpected source seemed to shift the dynamic in the room. Harry found himself studying Professor McGonagall with new interest, recognizing something in her manner that reminded him of Dr. Emma's fierce protectiveness. Professor McGonagall, Hermione said, with the careful politeness she used when addressing adults who might be allies. "Are you familiar with the research that's been done on the relationship between emotional stability and magical development in young wizards?" "I am," Professor McGonagall said, with what might have been the beginning of a smile. "And I suspect you're about to tell me something that supports your argument. Studies consistently show that young magical people who develop their abilities in supportive, nurturing environments demonstrate significantly better control, more stable power development, and fewer incidents of dangerous accidental magic," Hermione recited with the precision of someone who had been researching this topic extensively. "Conversely, magical children who are subjected to suppression, punishment, or trauma related to their abilities show increased rates of magical instability, power fluctuations, and what the literature refers to as catastrophic magical releases." "Where exactly are you finding literature on magical child development?" Professor McGonagall asked, with genuine curiosity. "Research libraries, academic databases, historical archives," Dr. Dan said, with the satisfaction of someone who knew how to find information when he needed it. "It's remarkable what you can discover when you approach magical phenomena with proper academic methodology." "You've been treating Harry's magical development as a legitimate area of study," Dumbledore observed, and there was something in his tone that suggested this was not entirely what he'd expected to find. "Of course we have, Doctor," Emma said, as if any other approach would have been inconceivable. "Harry is a child with extraordinary abilities who needs specialized guidance to reach his full potential. Why would we approach that with anything other than professional competence and academic rigor?" "And the results have been remarkable," Hermione added with enthusiasm. "Harry's control has improved exponentially. He can perform precise levitation, controlled temperature manipulation, and even minor transfiguration work, all of it conscious and deliberate, without any of the chaotic energy releases that characterized his previous magical experiences." Harry found himself standing a little straighter as Hermione catalogued his achievements. 2 weeks ago, he'd been a dangerous freak whose abilities needed to be suppressed and hidden. Now he was apparently a promising student whose progress was worth celebrating. "Perhaps," Professor McGonagall said carefully, "we could see a demonstration of this controlled magical development." Harry looked at the Grangers, seeking permission rather than simply doing what the adults demanded. It was a small gesture, but it represented a fundamental shift in how he understood his relationship to authority. "Only if you're comfortable with it," Dr. Emma said gently. "This is your choice, not something you're being required to do to prove yourself." The fact that she was giving him genuine choice in the matter made the decision easy. Harry looked around the living room, considering what would be impressive without being dangerous, and settled on something that had become routine during his practice sessions with Hermione. He closed his eyes, found the warm center of magical energy that he'd learned to access consciously, and began to work. Every book in the room rose gently from its resting place and began to orbit the space in perfect formation. Scientific journals, magical theory texts, children's literature, and medical references all moved in synchronized patterns around the room, weaving between the adults without disturbing so much as a hair on anyone's head. But Harry wasn't finished. As the books continued their choreographed dance, he reached out with his magic and began to manipulate other elements in the room. The temperature rose just enough to make the space more comfortable, the lighting brightened to optimal reading levels, and a soft, barely audible harmony began to resonate from the crystal glasses in Dr. Emma's display cabinet, creating a gentle musical accompaniment to the visual display. He held the entire complex, working for nearly 2 minutes, before gently returning everything to its original position, opening his eyes to find every adult in the room staring at him with expressions ranging from amazement to something that might have been awe. "That was extraordinary," Professor McGonagall breathed. "I've never seen control like that from someone your age. Most Hogwarts students can't manage that level of complexity and precision even after years of training." "Harry's been working very hard," Hermione said, with the proud satisfaction of someone who'd played a significant role in his development. We practice for 2 hours every day, combining theoretical study with controlled exercises designed to build both power and precision. You've accomplished in 2 weeks what our standard curriculum takes years to develop, Dumbledore observed, and there was something in his voice that Harry couldn't quite identify. That's because you don't start with proper theoretical foundations, Doctor, Dan said matter-of-factly. Your approach appears to be based on trial and error rather than systematic skill development. Our approach is based on understanding the principles underlying magical manifestation and building competence through structured practice. Our approach, Dumbledore said with slight emphasis on the possessive, has been training young wizards successfully for over 1,000 years. And yet, Dr. Emma pointed out with clinical precision, Harry learned more about magical control in 2 weeks with us than he did in 8 years under your oversight. Perhaps it's time to consider that traditional methods aren't always the most effective methods. The tension in the room was building towards something that Harry sensed might not end well for anyone involved. These were adults with strong opinions and conflicting approaches to something they all cared about deeply, and he was caught in the middle of their disagreement. "What do you want?" he asked suddenly, cutting through the diplomatic maneuvering with the directness that came from years of dealing with adults who rarely said what they actually meant. "What do you want from me?" Dumbledore's expression softened in a way that made him look older and more tired. "I want to ensure that you're safe, properly educated, and prepared for the challenges you'll face as you grow older." "And I want," Harry said with growing confidence, "to stay with people who care about me as a person, instead of as a symbol or a responsibility or a strategic asset. I want to keep learning magic in ways that make me stronger instead of more afraid. And I want to have some say in what happens to my own life." The simple honesty of his statement seemed to shift something fundamental in the room's dynamic. "Harry," Professor McGonagall said gently, "what if there was a way to ensure your continued safety and education while also allowing you to maintain the family relationships you've built here?" Harry looked at her carefully, trying to read the implications behind her words. "What kind of way?" "The kind," she said with growing conviction, "that recognizes that your current guardians have demonstrated superior competence in meeting your needs, and that removing you from their care would constitute educational malpractice and possibly child abuse." "Minerva," Dumbledore said, with warning in his voice. "No, Albus," Professor McGonagall said, with the firmness of someone who had reached the end of her patience with diplomatic solutions. "Look at this child. Really look at him. He's healthy, happy, learning at an extraordinary rate, and surrounded by people who clearly love him. What possible justification could we have for disrupting that?" The question hung in the air like a challenge, and Harry found himself holding his breath as he waited to see how the most powerful wizard in Britain would respond to being called to account for his decisions by one of his own colleagues. "The greater good," Dumbledore said finally, "sometimes requires difficult choices." "The greater good," Dr. Emma said, with the kind of controlled fury that made Harry grateful she was on his side, "is not served by traumatizing children in service of theoretical advantages." And in that moment, Harry realized that this confrontation was about much more than just his living arrangements. It was about fundamentally different approaches to power, responsibility, and the treatment of people who couldn't protect themselves. The adults who had failed him thought they had the right to make decisions about his life based on abstract principles and strategic considerations. The adults who had saved him believed that his welfare should be the primary factor in any decisions about his future. Harry looked around the room at the people who would determine what came next, and for the first time in his life, he felt confident that he had advocates who would fight for him rather than simply accepting whatever authority figures decided was best. It was a good feeling, even if he had no idea how this confrontation was going to end. The law offices of Pemberton, Hartwell, and Associates looked exactly like what they were, the kind of establishment that specialized in cases where traditional legal frameworks intersected with situations that most people preferred to pretend didn't exist. Located in a converted Victorian townhouse in central London, the firm occupied that peculiar space between the mundane and the extraordinary that had become increasingly relevant as the modern world grappled with phenomena that defied conventional explanation. Dr. Dan Granger sat in the mahogany-paneled conference room, reviewing documents that would have seemed like science fiction just 3 weeks ago. Custody papers that included provisions for magical education. Medical reports that documented injuries caused by systematic suppression of paranormal abilities. Legal briefs that cited precedents involving children whose circumstances required specialized consideration by authorities who understood the intersection of normal child welfare law and what the documents euphemistically referred to as exceptional circumstances. Across from him, Sarah Pemberton reviewed her notes with the methodical precision of someone who had built a career on making the impossible seem routine. She was a woman in her mid-40s with graying hair, sharp eyes, and the kind of calm competence that came from years of dealing with cases that existed in the gaps between different legal systems. "The documentation is excellent," she said, looking up from the medical reports that Dr. Emma had compiled with characteristic thoroughness. Systematic abuse, systematic neglect, evidence of what any reasonable court would classify as imprisonment and torture. The photographic evidence alone would be sufficient to remove a child from an abusive household. But, Dr. Dan asked, because there was clearly more to the assessment than simple child welfare law. "But we're not dealing with simple child welfare law," Sarah confirmed with a slight smile that suggested she'd been expecting that question. "We're dealing with a case where the child in question has extraordinary abilities, where his previous placement was arranged by authorities operating outside normal legal channels, and where the people responsible for his welfare appear to have significant influence within systems that don't technically exist." She pulled a thick folder from the stack of documents on the table and opened it to reveal what appeared to be an extensive investigation into magical governance structures. "We've spent the past 2 weeks researching the legal framework that governs magical children in Britain," she continued. "What we've discovered is fascinating, disturbing, and extremely relevant to Harry's case." "Doctor." Dan leaned forward with the interest he brought to any complex problem that required careful analysis. "What did you find?" "A parallel legal system that operates with minimal oversight and maximum authority over anyone classified as magically gifted," Sarah said, with the tone of someone presenting evidence that was both conclusive and deeply troubling. "The Ministry of Magic has broad powers to make decisions about magical children's welfare, education, and living arrangements. These decisions are typically made without input from traditional child welfare authorities and with limited appeal processes." "Limited how?" Sarah consulted her notes with the precision of someone who had memorized every relevant detail. "Appeals can only be heard by magical authorities, using magical law, with representation limited to people who are recognized as qualified to practice magical jurisprudence. It's essentially a closed system that governs itself according to its own principles and priorities." "Doctor," Dan felt something cold settle in his stomach. "Are you telling me that conventional legal protections don't apply to magical children?" "I'm telling you that magical children exist in a legal gray area where conventional protections can be overruled by magical authorities who claim specialized jurisdiction," Sarah corrected. "In practice, this means that children like Harry can be placed in situations that would be considered unacceptable under normal child welfare standards, provided those placements are justified using magical criteria, such as blood protections that supposedly require him to live with abusive relatives." "Exactly. The magical authorities can argue that their specialized knowledge of magical threats justifies placement decisions that prioritize theoretical magical benefits over documented physical and emotional welfare." "Doctor," Dan studied the legal documents spread across the conference table, trying to process the implications of what Sarah was telling him. So conventional legal channels might not be sufficient to protect Harry's placement with us? Conventional legal channels alone, no, Sarah agreed. But there are precedents for challenging magical authority when it comes into conflict with fundamental child welfare principles. Precedents that we can use to build a case that Harry's removal from your care would constitute institutional abuse. She pulled another folder from her stack and opened it to reveal what appeared to be a collection of case studies and legal opinions from various jurisdictions. The key is establishing that Harry's current placement represents the optimal environment for his development and well-being, and that any disruption of that placement would cause significant harm, Sarah explained. We need to demonstrate that your family is not just adequate for Harry's needs, but superior to any alternative that magical authorities might propose. How do we do that? Medical evidence, educational progress assessments, psychological evaluations, and expert testimony about the relationship between emotional stability and magical development in children, Sarah said, with the satisfaction of someone who had a comprehensive strategy. We document every aspect of Harry's improvement since joining your family, and we build a case that his continued progress depends on maintaining the supportive environment you've created. Doctor. Dan nodded slowly, beginning to see the shape of the legal battle they were preparing for. What about the opposition? What kind of case are they likely to build? Traditional authority, institutional precedent, and claims about specialized knowledge that non-magical people can't understand, Sarah said, with slight disdain. They'll argue that Harry's education and development require magical expertise that you can't provide, and that his long-term welfare depends on integration into magical society through traditional channels. And our response to that? Evidence that traditional magical channels failed catastrophically to protect Harry's basic welfare, and that your approach has produced superior results in every measurable category, Sarah said, with growing confidence. We're not arguing that magical education isn't important. We're arguing that magical education provided in a supportive, loving environment produces better outcomes than magical education imposed through institutional authority. She leaned back in her chair with the expression of someone who had been looking forward to this particular legal challenge. The truth is, Dr. Granger, that Harry's case represents an opportunity to establish precedents that could benefit every magical child in Britain. The current system essentially treats these children as assets to be managed rather than individuals whose welfare should be the primary consideration. A successful challenge could force fundamental reforms in how magical authorities approach child welfare. You're talking about more than just Harry's custody, Dr. Dan observed. I'm talking about challenging a system that has operated without meaningful oversight for centuries, Sarah confirmed. Harry's case gives us the perfect opportunity to argue that magical children deserve the same protections and considerations as every other child, and that magical authorities should be held to the same standards of care and accountability as conventional child welfare systems. The scope of what they were contemplating was both thrilling and daunting. Dr. Dan had gone from trying to help one traumatized child to potentially challenging the legal foundations of magical governance in Britain. What are our chances? He asked. Sarah's smile was sharp with professional anticipation. Excellent, provided we can present our case in the right forum, with the right evidence, and the right expert testimony. What kind of expert testimony? Medical experts who can document the relationship between abuse and magical instability. Educational specialists who can assess Harry's progress under different teaching methodologies. Psychological professionals who understand trauma recovery in children with exceptional abilities. Sarah's voice carried the excitement of someone who had been assembling a formidable team. And perhaps most importantly, magical professionals who are willing to testify that current magical education and placement practices are inadequate and potentially harmful. Do such magical professionals exist? We've identified several, Sarah said with satisfaction. Magical educators who have become frustrated with institutional limitations. Magical medical professionals who have seen the results of inadequate child welfare practices. Even some government officials who believe the current system needs reform. Doctor, Dan felt something that might have been hope beginning to stir in his chest. You really think we can win this? I think we can build a case that any reasonable authority would find compelling, Sarah said carefully. The question is whether we'll be presenting that case to reasonable authorities, or whether we'll be dealing with people whose primary concern is maintaining institutional control, regardless of the evidence. And if we're dealing with the latter, Sarah's expression grew more serious. Then we prepare for a longer, more complex battle that might require appeals to higher authorities and publicity campaigns designed to bring public attention to systemic failures in magical child welfare. She gathered her papers with the brisk efficiency of someone who had laid out the strategic landscape and was ready to move to tactical planning. In the meantime, I need you to continue documenting everything about Harry's progress. Medical appointments, educational achievements, psychological assessments, evidence of improved magical control. Everything that demonstrates the superior outcomes he's experiencing under your care. Dr. Emma has been maintaining comprehensive records since Harry arrived, Dr. Dan said with confidence. Medical, psychological, educational, and magical development documentation. Excellent. I also need statements from Harry himself about his experiences with his previous guardians and his current situation. Age-appropriate testimony that demonstrates his understanding of the differences between his past and present circumstances. Doctor, Dan hesitated slightly. Harry's only 8 years old. Are you sure it's appropriate to involve him directly in legal proceedings? Harry's testimony about his own experiences will be crucial to establishing the severity of his previous situation and the benefits of his current placement, Sarah said gently. We'll ensure that any testimony is given in age-appropriate settings with proper support, but his voice needs to be heard in decisions about his future. The idea of Harry having to relive his traumatic experiences in formal legal settings made Dr. Dan's protective instincts flare, but he recognized the legal necessity. What about Hermione? He asked. She's been instrumental in Harry's magical education and emotional recovery. Could her testimony be relevant? Absolutely. Hermione can speak to Harry's educational progress, his magical development, and the family dynamics that have contributed to his recovery, Sarah said with enthusiasm. Child witnesses who can provide first-hand accounts of positive outcomes are extremely valuable in custody cases. She made several notes on a legal pad before looking up with the expression of someone who had covered the essential strategic points and was ready to address practical concerns. There is one more thing we need to discuss, she said carefully. The timing of formal legal proceedings. What about the timing? Currently, Harry is in what we might call a legal limbo, Sarah explained. His previous guardians haven't formally reported him missing, which suggests they're content to let the situation resolve itself unofficially. The magical authorities are aware of his location, but haven't yet initiated formal procedures to reclaim custody. That sounds like it might be beneficial for our position. It is, but it also means that either side could force the issue at any time, Sarah warned. If the magical authorities decide to assert their jurisdiction, or if the Dursleys decide to reclaim legal custody, we could find ourselves in crisis management mode rather than strategic preparation. Doctor, Dan felt the familiar tension that came with dealing with situations where other people had the power to disrupt his family's stability. What do you recommend? We initiate formal custody proceedings ourselves, Sarah said decisively. We file for legal guardianship based on abandonment, abuse, and the best interests of the child. This forces all parties to respond to our case rather than allowing them to set the timeline and legal framework. Taking the offensive rather than remaining defensive. Exactly. We present our evidence, establish our legal standing, and require everyone else to respond to the superior care and outcomes that Harry is experiencing under your guardianship. Sarah stood and began gathering her documents with the efficiency of someone who had outlined a comprehensive strategy and was ready to begin implementation. "I'll need signed authorization to proceed with formal guardianship filing," she said. "I'll also need access to all the documentation Dr. Emma has compiled, and I'll want to schedule interviews with both Harry and Hermione to begin building their testimony." "Doctor," Dan rose to shake her hand, feeling the weight of the decision they were making. "How long before we can expect some kind of resolution? Formal proceedings typically take several months, but emergency custody situations can be resolved much more quickly if circumstances require it," Sarah said. "Given the evidence of abuse and the demonstrated success of Harry's current placement, I'm optimistic that we can achieve favorable resolution within 6 to 8 weeks. And in the meantime? In the meantime, Harry continues to thrive with your family while we build an unassailable legal case for making that arrangement permanent," Sarah said with professional confidence. "The longer he remains stable and happy under your care, the stronger our position becomes." As Dr. Dan made his way home through London traffic, he reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since a small boy with extraordinary abilities had walked into their garden 3 weeks ago. What had started as emergency assistance for a child in crisis had evolved into a legal battle that could reshape how magical children were treated throughout Britain. But more than that, it had become a fight for the fundamental principle that children's welfare should be the primary consideration in any decisions about their future, regardless of what authorities claimed to know about specialized circumstances or theoretical benefits. Harry deserved better than the systematic failures that had characterized his first 8 years. Every magical child deserved better than a system that treated them as assets to be managed rather than individuals whose well-being mattered. And if fighting for Harry meant challenging centuries of magical institutional authority, then that was exactly what they were going to do. When Dr. Dan arrived home, he found Harry and Hermione in the garden, practicing what appeared to be synchronized levitation exercises, while Dr. Emma documented their progress with the same methodical precision she brought to all her professional assessments. "How did the meeting go?" Dr. Emma asked, looking up from her notes. "We're going to win," Dr. Dan said with quiet confidence. "It's going to be complicated, and it's going to require a fight, but we're going to win." Harry looked up from the complex, magical working he'd been maintaining, his concentration undisturbed by the conversation about his future. "Good," he said simply. "I like it here." It was, Dr. Dan thought, exactly the kind of response that would carry tremendous weight in any custody hearing. Simple, honest, and coming from the child whose welfare should be the central consideration in every decision about his future. The legal battle ahead would be complex and challenging, but they had the strongest possible foundation for their case: a child who was thriving, a family that loved him, and evidence that their approach was producing superior outcomes in every measurable category. Sometimes, Dr. Dan reflected, the right thing and the smart thing turned out to be exactly the same thing. And sometimes, fighting for one child meant fighting for the principle that every child deserved advocates who would put their welfare first, regardless of what authorities claimed was best for everyone else. Harry Potter had found his family. Now they were going to make sure that no one could ever take that family away from him. The first unexpected ally appeared on a Tuesday morning in the form of a man who shouldn't have existed, according to everything Harry thought he knew about his family history. Sirius Black stood on the Granger doorstep, looking like he'd stepped out of a particularly dramatic adventure story. His dark hair was longer than fashion dictated, his clothes were expensive, but worn with casual disregard, and his grey eyes held the kind of intensity that suggested he'd seen more of the world than most people could handle. But it was the way he looked at Harry, with a mixture of desperate hope and carefully controlled emotion, that made it clear this wasn't just another magical authority figure arriving to complicate their lives. "Harry," he said, and his voice carried the weight of years of suppressed grief and fierce protectiveness. "My name is Sirius Black. I was your father's best friend, and according to the legal documents I've been carrying for 8 years, I'm your godfather." Doctor Emma, who had answered the door, stepped back with the careful politeness she used when dealing with potentially complicated visitors. "Mr. Black, I think you'd better come in. We have quite a lot to discuss." The conversation that followed took place in the Granger living room, with Harry curled up in his favourite chair, while the adults attempted to navigate the complex, emotional and legal territory that Sirius's arrival had opened up. "I've been searching for you for weeks," Sirius said, directing his words to Harry, but clearly including the entire family in his explanation. "When Dumbledore's people started looking for a missing child, word got around the magical community pretty quickly. It took me some time to track down where you'd actually ended up." "And where have you been for the past 8 years?" Dr. Dan asked, with the careful neutrality he used when gathering information about potentially problematic situations. Sirius's expression darkened in a way that suggested this was not a comfortable topic. "Prison. Magical prison, for a crime I didn't commit. I was only released 6 months ago, when new evidence proved my innocence." "What kind of crime?" Hermione asked, with the direct curiosity that characterized her approach to gathering information. "I was accused of betraying Harry's parents to the dark wizard who killed them," Sirius said simply. "The real traitor was someone else entirely, but it took years to prove that. By the time I was vindicated, Harry had already been placed with his relatives, and I was told that disrupting his placement would not be in his best interests." "Doctor." Emma leaned forward with the professional interest she brought to complex cases. "You were told by whom?" "Dumbledore. He convinced me that Harry was safe with his mother's family, that the blood protections were necessary, and that my presence would only complicate an already difficult situation." Sirius's voice carried a note of bitter irony. He suggested that an ex-convict, even a wrongfully convicted one, might not be considered a suitable guardian for the boy who lived. "But you disagreed with that assessment?" Dr. Dan asked. "I've been watching from a distance," Sirius admitted, checking on Harry's welfare through contacts in the magical community, trying to verify that he was actually safe and happy with his relatives. "What I discovered was disturbing enough that I decided to investigate more directly." Harry found himself studying this man who claimed to be his godfather with intense curiosity. "What did you discover?" Sirius's expression grew grim. "That the blood protections Dumbledore was so concerned about were meaningless if you didn't survive to benefit from them. That you were being systematically abused by people who treated your magical abilities as a disease to be cured rather than gifts to be developed. That the boy who saved the magical world was living in conditions that would have been considered unacceptable for a household pet." "How did you find out about our family?" Hermione asked. "I have contacts in both the magical and non-magical worlds," Sirius said, with what might have been a smile. "When a prominent magical child vanishes from his assigned guardians and turns up with a family of Muggle professionals who are somehow managing his magical education better than most wizarding families, that information tends to circulate among people who pay attention to such things." Dr. Emma exchanged a look with her husband. "What exactly do you want from us, Mr. Black?" "I want to help," Sirius said, with simple directness. "I want to support Harry's placement with people who clearly understand his needs and value his well-being, and I want to use whatever legal standing I have as his godfather to ensure that no one can force him back into an abusive situation." The offer was unexpected and potentially significant, but Dr. Dan approached it with the cautious analysis he brought to any complex legal situation. "What kind of legal standing do you have?" Sirius pulled a set of documents from an inner pocket of his jacket. "Formal designation as Harry's magical guardian, signed by both his parents before their deaths. Legal adoption papers that were never processed due to my wrongful imprisonment. and recent documentation from the Ministry of Magic confirming my exoneration and restoration of full legal rights. Doctor, Emma examined the papers with the careful attention she brought to any important documentation. These appear to give you significant authority over decisions regarding Harry's magical education and welfare. They do, Sirius confirmed. Which is why I'm here to tell you that Harry's current placement represents exactly the kind of environment his parents would have wanted for him. Loving, supportive, intellectually stimulating, and focused on helping him develop his abilities in positive ways. Harry felt something warm and hopeful stirring in his chest. You really knew my parents? Sirius's expression softened in a way that transformed his entire face. I was practically a brother to your father, and your mother was one of the finest people I've ever known. They would be incredibly proud of the person you're becoming, and they would be grateful beyond words to the family that helped you become that person. What were they like? Harry asked, leaning forward with the hungry curiosity of someone who'd been denied information about his own history for his entire life. Your father was brilliant, funny, occasionally arrogant, and absolutely devoted to the people he cared about, Sirius said, with the warmth of someone accessing cherished memories. Your mother was fiercely intelligent, incredibly brave, and had very strong opinions about fairness and protecting people who couldn't protect themselves. They sound like they would have liked the Grangers, Hermione observed with characteristic insight. They would have loved the Grangers, Sirius confirmed. James and Lily believed that magical abilities should be developed through understanding and practice rather than suppression and punishment. They would have been fascinated by your family's approach to magical education and absolutely appalled by what the Dursleys did to their son. Doctor. Dan looked up from examining Sirius's legal documents. Mr. Black, these papers appear to give you the authority to formalize Harry's placement with our family through magical legal channels. They do, Sirius said with satisfaction, and that's exactly what I intend to do, provided Harry is comfortable with such an arrangement. Harry looked around the room at the people who had become his family and the man who represented a connection to the parents he'd never known. What would that mean, exactly? It would mean that your placement with the Grangers has the official support of your designated magical guardian, Sirius explained. It would provide legal protection against anyone who might try to force alternative arrangements based on institutional preferences rather than your actual well-being. It would also, Doctor, Emma added thoughtfully, provide Harry with connection to his magical heritage through someone who actually knew his parents and can share their history with him. The possibility was both thrilling and slightly overwhelming. Harry had gone from being an unwanted burden to being fought over by multiple adult authorities, and now he was being offered legal protection by someone who represented a direct link to the family he'd lost. There's something else, Sirius said, addressing Harry directly. Your parents left provisions for your magical education that were never implemented due to the circumstances of their deaths. Provisions that I think you and the Grangers might find interesting. What kind of provisions? Hermione asked with immediate curiosity. They believed that magical education should be individualized rather than institutional, Sirius said with growing enthusiasm. They had plans for combining traditional magical instruction with broader academic study, focusing on developing both magical abilities and critical thinking skills. That sounds very similar to what we've been doing, Dr. Dan observed. It's exactly what you've been doing, Sirius confirmed. Which is why I think James and Lily would consider Harry's current situation to be the fulfillment of their educational goals rather than a departure from magical tradition. Dr. Emma leaned back in her chair with the expression of someone processing significant new information. Mr. Black, are you suggesting that we formalize a collaborative approach to Harry's guardianship? Your magical authority combined with our practical caregiving? I'm suggesting exactly that, Sirius said with conviction. Harry gets the family environment he needs, the magical heritage connection his parents wanted him to have, and legal protection from authorities who think they know better than the people actually responsible for his welfare. The proposal was elegant in its simplicity, and potentially powerful in its legal implications. Harry found himself looking at each adult in turn, trying to gauge their reactions to this unexpected development. "What about Dumbledore?" he asked. "What about the people who think they have authority over my education and placement?" Sirius's smile was sharp with anticipation. "Let them try to overrule the formal guardianship decisions of Harry Potter's designated magical guardian, supported by comprehensive evidence of superior outcomes under current care arrangements. I'd be very interested to see what legal justification they think they can provide for disrupting a placement that's clearly working." Dr. Dan exchanged another look with his wife, one of those wordless communications that seemed to happen between people who'd been making important decisions together for years. "There are additional considerations, Doctor," Emma said carefully. "Harry's medical needs, his psychological recovery from trauma, his educational development. Any formal arrangements would need to account for continuity of care in all those areas." "I have no intention of disrupting anything that's working," Sirius said firmly. "I want to support and protect what you've built, not replace it. Harry needs exactly the kind of family stability you've provided. He also needs connection to his magical heritage and legal protection from people who think institutional authority trumps actual welfare." "A partnership," Hermione said, with growing excitement, "between magical and non-magical guardians, focused on Harry's comprehensive development rather than narrow institutional priorities." "Exactly," Sirius confirmed. "The best of both worlds, with legal protection that makes it very difficult for anyone to interfere, based on theoretical preferences rather than demonstrated results." Harry felt something that had been tight and anxious in his chest beginning to relax. The idea that he might not have to choose between his new family and his magical heritage, that he might actually be able to have both with legal protection that prevented either from being taken away, was more than he'd ever dared to hope for. "What would I have to do?" he asked. "Nothing except continue being exactly who you are," Sirius said with gentle warmth. "Continue learning, continue growing, continue developing your abilities in an environment where those abilities are valued and supported. I'll handle the legal paperwork and the political maneuvering. And we'll continue providing the family environment and comprehensive care that Harry needs to thrive," Dr. Emma added. "While documenting everything for the legal case that Sarah Pemberton is building," Dr. Dan said with satisfaction. Harry looked around the room at the adults who were discussing his future, like it was something worth fighting for, something worth protecting, something valuable enough to justify complex legal strategies and collaborative partnerships. "I'd like that," he said simply. "I'd like to stay here and learn about my parents and have legal protection that means no one can force me to go back to people who think I'm a problem to be solved." "Then that's what we'll do," Sirius said, with the kind of decisive finality that suggested the matter was settled as far as he was concerned. As the afternoon progressed, the details of their collaborative arrangement began to take shape. Sirius would formalize Harry's placement through magical legal channels, providing official recognition and protection through his authority as Harry's designated guardian. The Grangers would continue providing daily care, education, and family stability, and together they would present a united front against anyone who thought they knew better than the people actually responsible for Harry's welfare. But perhaps more importantly, Harry would finally have access to the stories and memories that connected him to his parents. Sirius had brought photo albums, personal letters, and detailed accounts of James and Lily Potter's lives, dreams, and hopes for their son's future. "They would be so proud of you," Sirius said, as they looked through pictures of Harry's parents together. "Not because of what you survived or what you're famous for, but because of who you're becoming. Kind, thoughtful, brave in quiet ways that matter more than dramatic gestures. They would also be proud of the family that helped you become that person, he added, glancing around the comfortable room where Harry had learned to feel safe and valued. This is exactly what they hoped you would find. People who see your abilities as gifts, who value your thoughts and feelings, who fight for your welfare because they love you rather than because they're supposed to. As evening fell and Sirius prepared to leave for the night, he made arrangements to return the following day to begin the formal legal processes that would protect Harry's placement permanently. "Thank you," Harry said, as Sirius gathered his documents and prepared to go. "For what?" "For caring enough to find me, for wanting to help instead of wanting to control, for telling me about my parents in ways that make them seem like real people instead of just tragic figures in a story." Sirius's expression was soft with emotion. "Harry, you're the closest thing to family I have left. Helping you find the life your parents wanted for you isn't a favor. It's a privilege." After Sirius left, Harry sat in his favorite chair in the Granger living room, surrounded by photo albums and feeling more connected to his own history than he ever had before. The pictures showed his parents as young people who laughed together, who held him as a baby with obvious joy and love, who looked at each other with the kind of affection that made their tragedy more real and more meaningful. "How do you feel about all this?" Hermione asked, settling into the chair beside his with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had become truly family. "Happy," Harry said honestly, "and safe. Like I finally have all the pieces I was missing." "Good," Hermione said with satisfaction, "because I've been reading about collaborative guardianship arrangements, and there are some fascinating legal precedents that suggest our family situation is going to be much stronger than anyone expects." Harry smiled at his sister's characteristic enthusiasm for research that supported their family's interests. Tomorrow, they would begin the formal legal processes that would make his place in this family official and permanent. Tonight, he could look at pictures of his parents and know that they would have loved the people who had become his family, and that their hopes for his future were being fulfilled in ways they never could have imagined. It was more than enough. It was everything he'd been hoping for, without even knowing what he was hoping for. Family, heritage, legal protection, and the freedom to become whoever he was meant to be. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt like he had everything he needed to build whatever future he chose to pursue. And that feeling, he thought, as he studied a picture of his parents holding him as a baby, was the most magical thing of all. The courtroom that had been assembled for Harry Potter's custody hearing existed in a space that shouldn't have been possible according to conventional understanding of London architecture. Located somewhere beneath the city, in chambers that seemed to expand and contract based on the needs of the proceedings, it represented the intersection of magical and Muggle legal systems in ways that no one had quite figured out how to manage properly. Judge Catherine Morrison sat behind a bench that had been carved from a single piece of ancient oak, her robes a careful compromise between traditional British judicial dress and the more ornate ceremonial garments favoured by magical legal authorities. She was a woman in her 60s who had built a career specialising in cases that fell between conventional legal jurisdictions, and her sharp eyes suggested she had little patience for institutional posturing from any side. To her left sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, looking deeply uncomfortable in the unfamiliar environment of a legal proceeding that included Muggle authorities and Muggle standards of evidence. His lime-green bowler hat sat on the table before him, and his expression suggested he would much rather be anywhere else than explaining magical child welfare policies to people who weren't supposed to know such policies existed. To Judge Morrison's right sat Margaret Thorne, the Director of the Department of Children and Families, representing conventional child welfare authorities who had been briefed on the extraordinary circumstances of this case with varying degrees of success. Her grey suit was impeccable, her posture was perfect, and her expression suggested she was prepared to apply standard child welfare principles regardless of how magical the complications might become. The gallery behind the main participants was filled with an unprecedented collection of observers. Magical reporters sat next to Muggle journalists who had been carefully briefed on what they could and couldn't report about the proceedings. Academic researchers who specialized in child psychology sat next to magical educators who had never imagined they would be called upon to justify their methods to non-magical authorities. And in the front row, Harry Potter sat between his two families, surrounded by the people who had fought to bring him to this moment. Dr. Dan and Dr. Emma Granger flanked him on one side, their presence representing the practical care and comprehensive support that had transformed him from a traumatized child into a confident young person. Sirius Black sat on his other side, his formal robes doing nothing to diminish the intensity in his grey eyes, as he prepared to defend his godson's right to remain with the people who had given him everything he'd never known he needed. Hermione sat directly behind Harry, her notebook open as she documented every detail of the proceedings with the methodical precision she brought to any important research project. At 9 years old, she was probably the youngest person ever to attend a formal custody hearing as a material witness, and her preparation for her testimony had been thorough enough to impress the legal professionals on both sides. "This hearing," Judge Morrison began, her voice carrying easily through the expanded courtroom, "has been convened to determine the optimal placement for Harry James Potter, age 8, currently residing with Dr. Daniel and Dr. Emma Granger, under the legal guardianship of Sirius Black. We are here to evaluate competing claims about what arrangement best serves the child's welfare and long-term interests." She looked directly at Harry with the kind of attention that suggested she understood he was the central figure in these proceedings, rather than simply a subject to be discussed by adults. "Harry, do you understand why we're here today?" Harry straightened in his chair, drawing on the confidence he'd developed over months of being treated as someone whose opinions mattered. "Yes, Your Honor. You're deciding whether I can stay with the family that loves me and helps me learn, or whether I have to go back to people who think I'm dangerous and need to be controlled." The simple honesty of his response sent a ripple of reaction through the courtroom. Judge Morrison's expression remained neutral, but there was something in her eyes that suggested Harry's directness had made an impression. "And how do you feel about the prospect of these proceedings?" "I feel like adults should listen to children when they're making decisions about children's lives," Harry said, with the kind of quiet conviction that carried more weight than any dramatic declaration. "I feel like the people who actually take care of me every day should have more say in my future than people who've never asked me what I need or what makes me happy." Sarah Pemberton, representing Harry's interests as his legal advocate, stood to present the opening case for maintaining his current placement. "Your Honor, we are here today because traditional magical authorities failed catastrophically in their most basic responsibility. They placed a vulnerable child in an environment that constituted systematic abuse, ignored reports of that abuse for years, and prioritized theoretical magical considerations over documented physical and emotional welfare." She moved to a display board that had been set up with photographs and documentation that told the story of Harry's transformation over the past 4 months. These images show Harry Potter in June, when he first escaped from his assigned guardians, underweight, injured, exhibiting signs of prolonged psychological trauma and magical instability. These images show Harry Potter today, healthy, confident, academically thriving, and demonstrating magical control that exceeds normal developmental expectations. The contrast was stark enough to make several observers shift uncomfortably in their seats. "The difference," Sarah continued, "is not the result of time or natural healing. The difference is the result of being placed in an environment where his abilities are valued rather than feared, where his welfare is prioritized rather than sacrificed to theoretical considerations, and where he is treated as a person rather than as a strategic asset." Albus Dumbledore, representing traditional magical authority in the proceedings, rose to respond with the dignity that had characterized his approach to complex situations for decades. "Your Honor, while no one disputes that Harry has flourished under the care of the Granger family, we must consider the broader implications of his placement outside traditional magical educational structures. Harry Potter is not simply any magical child. His circumstances are unique, and they require guidance from people who understand the magical world and the challenges he will face as he matures. What specific challenges? Judge Morrison asked, with the directness of someone who preferred concrete information to abstract assertions. The magical community has expectations of Harry based on his historical significance, Dumbledore explained carefully. His education must prepare him, not only for personal development, but for the responsibilities that will inevitably accompany his public role. Responsibilities assigned by whom? Margaret Thorne interjected, with professional sharpness. Because in conventional child welfare assessment, we don't typically assign adult responsibilities to 8-year-old children based on circumstances beyond their control. The magical world operates according to different principles. Principles that have already failed this child once, Sarah interrupted. Professor Dumbledore, you placed Harry with relatives who abused him for 8 years. You ignored documentation of that abuse when it was reported to you. You prioritized your strategic considerations over his basic welfare. What possible justification can you provide for continuing to make decisions about his future? The challenge was direct and devastating. Dumbledore's expression remained composed, but Harry could see something shifting behind his half-moon spectacles. The blood protections. Failed, Sirius Black said, standing with the kind of controlled fury that had been building throughout the proceedings. Whatever theoretical benefits you believed you were providing, Albus, they were meaningless when Harry reached a point of desperation that drove him to escape in the middle of the night rather than endure another day in that house. Sirius, you cannot understand the complexities. I understand that my godson was being tortured while you sat in your office making theoretical calculations about acceptable losses, Sirius said, with deadly quiet. I understand that the boy who saved our world was sleeping in a cupboard and being told he was a freak while you convinced yourself that his suffering was necessary for some greater good. Judge Morrison raised her hand for silence before the exchange could escalate further. Mr. Black, you are Harry's designated magical guardian. What is your assessment of his current placement? My assessment, Sirius said, his voice carrying the weight of months of careful observation and evaluation, is that Harry has found exactly what his parents wanted for him. A family that loves him, supports his development, and treats his extraordinary abilities as gifts to be nurtured rather than problems to be managed. He gestured toward the Grangers with obvious respect and gratitude. James and Lily Potter believed that magical education should be individualized, comprehensive, and focused on developing both abilities and character. The Granger family has accomplished in 4 months what traditional magical institutions failed to achieve in 8 years. They've given Harry stability, confidence, advanced magical control, and most importantly, the knowledge that he is valued for who he is, rather than what he represents. Dr. Granger, Judge Morrison said, focusing on Dr. Emma, you've been Harry's primary caregiver during this period. What is your professional assessment of his progress? Dr. Emma stood with the quiet authority that came from years of making presentations about complex medical cases. Your Honor, when Harry came to us, he was exhibiting symptoms consistent with prolonged trauma, systematic neglect, and what we might term magical suppression syndrome. He was underweight, showed signs of repeated physical injury, and demonstrated the kind of hypervigilance and emotional dysregulation that we see in children who have been subjected to chronic abuse. She consulted her notes with professional precision. Over the past 4 months, we have documented complete resolution of his trauma symptoms, normal weight gain and physical development, and remarkable improvement in both emotional regulation and magical control. His educational progress has been extraordinary, and his psychological assessments indicate a child who is thriving in every measurable category. What specific educational approaches have you employed? Integrated magical and conventional academic instruction, focused on building both theoretical understanding and practical skills, Doctor. Emma explained. Harry receives daily tutoring in mathematics, literature, science, and history, combined with structured magical education that emphasizes control, ethics, and the relationship between magical abilities and responsible citizenship. And the results of this approach? Harry is performing at advanced levels in all academic subjects, demonstrates magical control that exceeds normal developmental expectations, and shows the kind of intellectual curiosity and ethical reasoning that suggests excellent long-term educational outcomes. Dr. Emma paused to look directly at Harry with obvious maternal pride. More importantly, he shows all the signs of a child who feels secure, valued, and confident in his ability to navigate whatever challenges he might face. He knows he is loved, he knows he belongs, and he knows that his abilities are assets rather than liabilities. Minister Fudge rose with the pompous authority that characterized his approach to situations where magical governance was being questioned. Your Honor, while we acknowledge the care that the Granger family has provided, we must consider the precedent that this placement would establish. Magical children require magical education provided by qualified magical professionals. Allowing non-magical families to assume responsibility for magical education could undermine the entire structure of magical child welfare and education. Minister Fudge, Judge Morrison said, with the tone of someone who was losing patience with institutional posturing, are you arguing that institutional precedent should take priority over documented child welfare outcomes? I'm arguing that specialized circumstances require specialized expertise, Fudge replied carefully. Harry Potter's magical education is too important to be left to well-meaning amateurs, regardless of how much they care about his welfare. Dr. Dan Granger, Judge Morrison said, turning to Harry's adoptive father, how do you respond to the assertion that you lack the qualifications to oversee Harry's magical education? Dr. Dan stood with the calm confidence that came from months of successful results. Your Honor, I respond by pointing to the evidence. Harry's magical control has improved dramatically under our guidance. His theoretical understanding of magical principles is advanced for his age. His ability to integrate magical and non-magical knowledge gives him perspectives that traditional magical education apparently doesn't provide. He gestured toward Harry with obvious pride. We're not claiming to be magical professionals, Minister Fudge. We're claiming to be family, and family means that Harry's welfare is our primary concern, not our secondary consideration. Family means that we approach his education with love and support, rather than institutional obligation. Furthermore, Doctor, Dan continued with growing conviction, our approach has produced superior outcomes in every measurable category. Harry is healthier, happier, more academically advanced, and demonstrates better magical control than he ever showed under traditional magical oversight. If that doesn't qualify us to continue his education, then perhaps the standards for qualification need to be reconsidered. It was Hermione's turn to testify, and she approached the witness stand with the kind of serious determination that suggested she understood the importance of her contribution to Harry's case. Miss Granger, Sarah Pemberton said gently, you've been living with Harry for the past 4 months. Can you tell us about his progress during that time? Harry has become the brother I always hoped I would have, Hermione said, with simple honesty. When he first came to us, he was afraid of everything. Afraid that adults would hurt him if he made mistakes. Afraid that his magic would cause problems that would get him in trouble. Afraid that if he was too much work or too complicated, we would send him away. Her voice carried the kind of mature understanding that impressed the adults in the courtroom. Now he knows that making mistakes is how you learn things. He knows that his magic is something wonderful that he can develop and use to help people. And he knows that our family loves him, not because he's perfect, but because he's ours. Can you give us specific examples of his progress? He can perform complex magical workings that require sustained concentration and precise control, Hermione said with obvious pride. He understands magical theory well enough to ask sophisticated questions about underlying principles. He's reading at advanced levels and shows exceptional aptitude for subjects like mathematics and science. She paused to look directly at Harry with the kind of affection that made their sibling relationship obvious to everyone watching. But most importantly, he's learned to trust that adults can be safe people who want to help him become the best version of himself. He's learned that being different doesn't make you dangerous or unwanted. And he's learned that family means people who fight for you instead of giving up on you when things get complicated. The emotional weight of her testimony settled over the courtroom like a challenge to anyone who thought institutional considerations should outweigh the evidence of Harry's transformation. When it came time for Harry himself to testify, Judge Morrison approached the task with the sensitivity that complex child welfare cases required. Harry, I want you to tell me about your life before you came to live with the Granger family. Harry took a deep breath, drawing on months of healing and the confidence that came from knowing he was surrounded by people who would protect him. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs, he said simply. My relatives told me I was a freak, and that the strange things that happened around me were signs that I was dangerous and needed to be controlled. When I made accidental magic, they locked me away until they decided I had learned my lesson. His voice remained steady as he continued, supported by the knowledge that telling the truth was helping to ensure he would never have to return to that situation. They told me that my parents had died because they were freaks like me, and that I should be grateful they were willing to take care of someone so problematic. They said that normal people didn't do the things I could do, and that I needed to learn to be normal, or I would end up in an institution for dangerous children. And how did that make you feel? Like there was something fundamentally wrong with me that could never be fixed, Harry said, with the kind of insight that spoke to months of therapeutic support and emotional healing. Like I deserved to be treated badly because I couldn't control the things that made me different. How do you feel now? Harry's expression brightened in a way that transformed his entire demeanor. Now I feel like the things that make me different are gifts that I can learn to use well. I feel like I have a family that values me for who I am and wants to help me become who I'm meant to be. I feel like I'm safe and wanted and capable of learning whatever I need to learn to have a good life. If you were required to return to your previous living situation, how do you think that would affect you? The question was direct and difficult, but Harry answered with the honesty that had characterized his entire testimony. It would destroy everything I've learned about being safe and valued, he said quietly. It would tell me that adults think institutional authority is more important than children's welfare, and that my happiness and development don't matter as much as following traditional procedures. Judge Morrison made several notes before asking her final question. Harry, what do you want to happen as a result of these proceedings? I want to stay with the family that loves me and helps me learn, Harry said with quiet conviction. I want to keep developing my abilities in an environment where they're celebrated rather than feared. I want to have some say in decisions about my own life, instead of having adults make choices about me without asking what I actually need. He paused to look around the courtroom at the adults who would determine his future. And I want other magical children to know that they deserve families that understand and support them, instead of institutions that treat them like problems to be managed. The simplicity and maturity of his response created a moment of profound silence in the courtroom. Judge Morrison called for a brief recess to review the evidence and testimony that had been presented, leaving Harry surrounded by his family while they waited for the decision that would determine his future. How do you think it's going? Harry asked Sirius quietly. I think, Sirius said with quiet confidence, that anyone who's been paying attention to the evidence can see that you belong exactly where you are. And I think, Dr. Emma added, that you've shown everyone in this room that you're a remarkable young person who deserves a family that recognizes and supports that. As they waited for Judge Morrison to return with her decision, Harry found himself surrounded by the people who had fought to bring him to this moment. Whatever the outcome, he knew that he had been heard, valued, and defended by adults who put his welfare first. For a child who had spent 8 years being told that his needs didn't matter, it was more than enough. It was everything.